And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is the Dragon's Den. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're doing good, Chewy. Timor, how's it going? Yeah, it's party time. That's true. We're going to be having some fun this morning. Hope everybody's doing good. I know I've gotten up. I've got my morning coffee, my second morning coffee, and my breakfast, which is cafe latte protein shake, which actually does have coffee and caffeine in it. So I will be fully caffeinated by the end of the stream and I will be bouncing off the walls, but that is all good. I may have to call Mrs. Dragon downstairs to bring me some water to try and water down some of the caffeine in my system later. Sorry to hear you're not doing well, Chewy. In fact, you were supposed to DM me after the last stream and I never heard from you. Hope everything's going okay. And whatever's going on in your life, in this particular phase of your life, you're able to work your way through it and things get better. Life is full of different phases. So, yeah, I hear you there. There's a whole lot of that goes on too. Fingers crossed, toes crossed. Can't see it, but toes are crossed too. Okay, so on our last stream, we talked a lot about the Midwest Rep Festival and how much fun it was and how I got to see so many different people there. Chewy, I finally got to meet in person for a very short, brief period of time. And I believe I also got to meet your wife, so that was nice. That she stopped by the booth to say hi. Royal Nomi, Westery One, BC, John Strand. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, and it was just crazy. So many good times, and like I said, it was about a 12-ish hour drive back from Goshen, and me and Evil Diesel were talking the entire way back home, as far as just rehashing what went on at Murph, things that we need to do better between Murph and Earth, and to continue to grow and get better at presenting not only ourselves, our printers, and all the other things that we bring. And it was just a great time. I see you there, Chewy. Reach out to me. Reach out to me, my friend. So the printers have been printing. For those of you that were at the show, you'll remember Fey Dragon, which is the Voron 2.4 that we built on stream. And then Death Dragon, which we also built on stream. Death Dragon being the the 0G Mercury 1.1 with the Hydra kinematic bed system. This is a fully enclosed, fully self-sourced, scratch-built frame. This is still in closed beta. They're nearing, I believe they're going to open it up as an open beta, though don't hold me to that. But the 0G folks are looking to start opening that up soon, as well as I know of at least one company that was very interested in providing some additional kits for it. You can get Mercury 1 kits from Fabrico and Hydra kits from Fabrico. But if you get the Hydra kit, you still need to get quite a few other things for it, like the whole bed system, like the actual bed, the heater, the magnet, and build plate does not come in the kit. A couple of lead screws and other motors don't come in the kit because they don't know if you have a standard Ender 5 or Ender 5 Pro where you'd only have one motor and you need two, or a Plus where you need one motor, and it's just easier to have you order that as a separate thing than trying to have pre-made bundles for those. But if you're going to do a full Monty kit, then it becomes a lot easier to say, okay, here's everything that you would need to build it from the ground up. You may hear a printer going, and that is our V0 over here in the corner on the side here. As I was going through and grabbing the parts and looking for some things that we will need today, I realized that I had not printed out all of the legs, or excuse me, the feet for the Trident. And the reason being is you're not going to get 2 feet out of this for a Trident or a Voron 2.4. So what happened was it was a logical stopping point to switch over to the old copper color to start doing the accent pieces. And so I've got the other 2 feet going over on the V0 right now. And that's probably going to take a little bit of the stream. And we'll use this little bit of filament for something else down the road. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. They just ran 8th round for beta testers, didn't they? Are you referring to TradRack with that statement, Chewy? Because quite honestly, I don't know. I have not been following the TradRack beta stuff for just a little bit right now, just because I've got my physical mechanical build for the TradRack done. I've got firmware installed. I'm using the figures. So I've got my physical TradRack installed or built. It's all wired up, and I do have firmware installed on an ERCFA board that I was going to use for the build. I still need to install it on a printer, and I'm thinking about doing it on Death Dragon, the 0G build, though it may go on the Voron. And I just need to figure out how to mount it and then start the actual software integration portion of it within Clipper. It's like I said, it's ready to go. I just need to mount it and get it going. But I had not taken the time to do that before Murph because I was trying to finish so many other projects before the show. And I thought about taking it and possibly working on it at the show, which would have been great because I had the Annex Engineering team right across from me. But at the same time, I didn't have time to tinker with anything really at the show. So yeah, I believe that they were saying that they've got a lot of new updates and mods coming out, and I don't know if it's just software updates or any physical hardware updates. I know that there were some tweaks to the printed parts for the servo mechanism, which actually puts the drive gear down onto the given lane. So something with the servo arms that they were working on. So I may have to take that section apart and redo it, which isn't bad because that's really one of the last parts that you actually work on other than wiring. So, and I believe the actual servo mount that has the clips on top and bottom for the wires themselves was actually being redesigned a little bit as well. I think now it's more of like quality of life, ease of maintenance type stuff. But hopefully it would be very much like my MMU in that once you get it installed and you dial it in, you really shouldn't have to mess with it. you know, other than clearing a jam here or there, it should just work, right? So, so yeah, I'm just kind of giving it a couple of minutes to see who all pops in. Let me see. I'm seeing Chewy. We saw Timor. I think you guys are the only two that are possibly real people showing up in the chat window. So on the last stream, we'll go ahead and put this up here and switch our view. Just do a little bit of a review. In our last stream, we built our idlers, both front idlers, and we built our motor, the B and A motors, which turns out being X and Y. And we installed the horizontal cross member and tied in our upright and made sure it was evenly spaced and all that. You're on in 2 different locations? Okay. And that's kind of where we stopped, simply because our next step is going to be to flip the frame, and we'll start mounting our Y rails. And then after we get our Y rails done and a couple other things, we'll start working on the Z axis. So that was kind of a logical stopping point at the last stream, other than the fact that my mics died and I had to grab the battery packs. So what I did today was I told my home assistant device to set an alarm for 4 hours, and that way I can get kind of a head start to pop the batteries onto the receiver and the transmitter, so we don't have a break in the stream. A couple of other things, because I know I'm going to be going with a CAN bus toolhead board, and I'm going to therefore run an umbilical, kind of like we did on the Voron 2.4. I've got a end-stop relocation bracket that will mount over here. I've actually got 2 different ones. It's just one's like a millimeter higher, depending on which works best with the particular end stops I have. But it'll mount right here. And there's another piece that goes over this little cutout. Move forward a little bit. Well, that worked well. There we go. There's another piece that goes right in this cutout and has a vertical piece that just covers it up and makes it pretty. When I printed that as part of this little batch of parts, that piece, this vertical piece here, came out like doo-doo. So I'm going to have to reprint that, and I'm actually cooking that filament right now in one of my filament dryers so that we can dry it out a little bit more before we go ahead and try and reprint. So I've been trying to cycle my my filament through and get some stuff dried. I'm going to set this back down. In fact, I only had one filament dryer, so I went ahead and bought a second one. I am using the Sunlu what is this, Fili-Dryer S2. I kind of like it. It does what it's supposed to do, which is dry filament. It does get nice and toasty in there. I do take a couple of the desiccant packs that come in the filament spools or filament when you buy it. Let me see. Yeah, I'll take one or more of these desiccant packs and just throw it in there with it. 1, it'll help dry out the desiccant packs, and then 2, it'll help pull some more of the moisture out of the filament. Everything that I had, hey, good morning, Zombie. All the filament that I had at Murph that I had open and was using is just waterlogged. It was like 60+% humidity there. We did get rain the last couple of days, so drying your filament after being at a show is probably not a bad idea. And even here at the house, I've got some filament that's been on the shelf for, open and exposed on the shelf for, a month or so that I haven't used. And it'd probably be best to run it through a drying cycle overnight just to make sure. Clipper dryer, you can run six rolls at a time. Yeah, well, and see, that's the thing is you can do something like that. And in my case, I also have, you know, I am afraid to use the oven. One, because if I'm cooking like ABS or something like that, it's kind of bad to cook filament in an oven that you're actually using to, I don't know, cook food. And then I also have a dehydrator, but right now my wife's using the dehydrator like 24/7 because it's harvest time for all of the herbs and stuff that we used for either cooking or um, like making homemade teas and stuff. Because we'll do um, like homemade blended uh, teas and give them away as gifts and stuff like that. So, mhm. Yeah, I know, and that's something I might do down the road. Is kind of, I'll say, do a DIY solution like that, Chewy. Um, Run an old board with Clipper or Marlin on it. Oh, you mean like one of the dozen Creality boards I have in there that are pretty much, in my opinion, useless for just about everything. Um, and so yeah, if you saw the notice today in my little Twitter stuff, um, because we're going to be starting off with our linear rails for the next step, I figured let's just start off and do a railing lube day. You always have one of those on a Voron build, and it's always best if you're going to get in and lube rails just to do all of them at the same time rather than do them as you go. So we're going to go ahead and open up all of our rails, get them out here, and then we will work on cleaning them up, cleaning the excess shipping oil off of them and start lubing them up. Yep, we're going to do another lube job, zombie. Oh, and those of you that were following along on the on our Murph, you may remember that I told you that that my Rook, the power supply died on it. Well, I got a couple of new power supplies to replace them. I was trying to find like a Meanwell power supply that I know would be a lot better and have a lot better quality. And I just couldn't seem to find one that wasn't like 80, $90. And, no offense, but I'm not going to spend $90 on um, a power supply for a Rook printer, which, that's like a third of the cost. Yep. Don't lose my balls, lube things right, make sure my rails stay straight and work for a long time. Um, and I am using an LDO rail kit for this build. Um, I cannot remember where I purchased it from because I didn't keep a list of where I purchased all this stuff from. But we do have, looks like these are the three 300 millimeter rails, which would be the Z axis. And then we'll have two 350 rails, and that'll be for the Y axis. And then we'll have a MGN 12 rail, which will be for the x-axis. Good morning, Royal Nomi. How are you? So yeah, what I did then was I just went ahead and bought 2 of the cheaper ones off Amazon. That way, if I do have another one that destroys itself during a show, I've got a replacement on hand that I can get it back up and running. How are you doing this morning, Royal? I hope you're doing well. I am just going to get started here on a rail lubing portion of the stream because, as we all know, if you're going to be building a Voron, you've got plenty of rails that need to be tended to and taken care of. So I figured might as well do it all in one shot. This is an LDO kit, or excuse me, an LDO rail kit. So our rails are really nice, and I shouldn't have to go through and get a whole lot of extra grease off of them and things like that. And I will just go ahead and add the appropriate Mobilux to them without going through like a full tear down clean procedure like I would on a we'll say a Chinesium rail. Before I get really going here, grab another bit of coffee. Yeah, so once again, we had a great time out at Midwest Rep Fest. We're looking forward to seeing as many people as possible at IRF. For those of you that will be traveling out to IRF as well, we look forward to seeing you. We will be having our Death Racers again. We are going to have a dragster, and in fact, my motor, battery charger, ESC came in the other day, so I may have another stream where we start putting that stuff together. And good morning, Creatix Brit. How are you doing? Hey, sis. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. We're going to start the morning off with a little gloved up lubing session on our rails. So these are, once again, LDO rails. So they're going to be some good high quality rails with a nice Z1 pretension to them. And the goal here is to just get some EP1 Mobilux into these channels to help make them glide smooth and have a good service life. Hey, Freak Tucker, how are you? Welcome on in. Thank you for joining the conversation. Shenanigans, good morning, good morning. We've got plenty of shenanigans planned for today. Like I said, it's always great when you start off a Saturday morning lubing your rails. And as you can see, what I do is I pull my carriages off part way. I will add some of my Mobilux, just like a little bead of the Mobilux right on the ball bearings. And then I'm using my finger to push the Mobilux right into the ball bearings and the channels, and then I will run it up and down the length of the linear rail some, and that'll be to help work that Mobilux actually into the bearing races. And as I mentioned before, these are LDO motor linear rails, so they're already pretty good. They've got a little bit of shipping oil on them, which is what you saw me work off at the very beginning, but they don't need like a whole ton of grease on them. And I'm just going to go through and get each one greased up, and then we'll start installing them once we get everything greased up. And it's always good, to get some paper towels, like a stack of paper towels ready, because just like anything else, you will get this stuff kind of everywhere. So having paper towels at the ready is always good. That way, as one gets kind of messy or saturated with grease, you can switch over to a different one. And you want these rails to be well lubricated, but not just like grease pouring out everywhere, because just like anything else, the more grease you have that's exposed, the more chance of getting debris and dust, and we will get a lot of filament dust from our extruders. I mean, that's just the nature of having a small gear with sharp metal teeth on it that's grinding into filament. Sorry, that was just making some weird noises. So you want the grease to be in your channels, not necessarily like all over the rails. And if you get good quality stainless steel rails, then you don't have to really worry about having a real thick layer of oil or grease on the rail itself. Though I tend to, after I get these installed, I will take a little bit of Superlube PTFE oil and just get a couple of drops on the rail and wipe the rail down, just to ensure that there's a little coating on the rail to prevent any opportunity for rust. LDO motors, they should be stainless steel and you shouldn't have a problem with that. But some of these, if you're going with rails off AliExpress, hedge your bets. The last thing you want to do is sit there and start hearing your machine make weird noises. You're like, what is that? And you go look over and your rails are rusted, because you'll just be not happy at that point. And it's one of those things that, yeah, you may have saved money getting your rails, but then you replace your rails on something that really should be a one-time buy for the life of a printer. Yeah, Chewy, I have taken them completely off in the past. But what I try and do is only take it about a half off and then pack those bearings. And then as I run it back and forth, it'll get through the races. And that, for, if you're not used to doing it, it's a little bit easier and you stand less of a chance of losing any balls that way. But whenever you do this and you take those carriages off or partially off like I'm doing, when you go to slide the carriage back on, you have to be very, very careful. Go slow. And make sure that you don't pop any balls out. And if you do pop any of those bearings out, don't worry. And that's why you're not trying to go quick. Because if you go quick, you can jam things and gouge some things. But if you go slow and you start to see one of your bearings pop out, stop, use a pair of tweezers, and you can put it back in behind the retention spring, and you'll be fine. And that's the other nice thing with the grease, is it will help kind of keep things sticky. So if you do go slow, it's not going to go shooting across the room. Where if you kind of go real fast, you could potentially send a ball off the table and careening around your room, and then you're just pretty much SOL. And I hope you bought some extra balls, which you can get extra bearings, but just once again, if you're buying something like a quality LDO rail, don't go and buy spare balls off AliExpress and throw them in there. You're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot at that point. And if you buy if you actually go down and buy a tube of Mobilux and then just get some syringes, say if you have a like Tractor Supply store, you should be able to get syringes like this there. And if you ever buy like a tube of the Mobilux, then I mean you should be that should be like a lifetime tube if you're just using it for 3D printers. Yeah, and like I said, if you have the ability and can buy a big tube of it and you're using it for other things, that's great. If not, I know KB3D, West 3D, I believe Fabrico, you can buy them preloaded in the syringes like this. And this syringe, I think I've used on like 6 builds. So, I mean, you're going to get plenty of life out of these is kind of where I was going with that. It's not like you need one per build. And if you are using one per build, you're just shoving way too much grease in them. How's it going, Daddy Wazzy? Good morning, good morning. So what's everybody up to today? Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, that's why I said you'll notice that as I go to slide it off, I go kind of real slow, so I don't inadvertently pull it all the way off. And then when I go to put it back on, once again, I'm going slow. And if you come off like almost all the way, like I did just right there, one thing you can do is just take your finger, put it down in the channel as you start to move your rail back on. And what that's doing is it's pushing the spring clip towards the balls and holding the ball bearings into the channel. Because that's what's happening is if you go all the way off or close to being all the way off, as you're coming back in, that spring is getting pushed to the side by the rail, which means the other end can come inwards, allowing less tension on those ball bearings, which will allow them to pop out. So that's kind of why you just have to be careful, go slow. This isn't something you want to rush. And if you lose a ball, that's not the end of the world. It'll still function just well or just fine. If you lose 2 or 3, that's where you're going to be needing to go in and go ahead and install some more bearings to replace those. You don't want, if you're missing 1 or 2, that's okay. But if you're missing more than that, you really need to go and reinstall bearings to compensate, because otherwise you're not getting the right amount of support through the bearings. And let me tell you, the LDO rails are really good. The Tensor 3D rails that I used on the Voron 2.4, very good. The KB3D rails, very good. I have not used Berserker rails, but watching Zombie and some of the other people I know that have used the West 3D Berserker rails, they are really good tolerance. High wind rails, always going to be good. It's just if you're getting the lesser expensive rails off of AliExpress or Amazon, you're probably going to want to take the carriages off, tear them down to your level of comfort, wash them out with some high quality IPA, and then make sure you dry them off well. If you've got a compressor, use that. If you don't, use like a hair dryer or a hot air gun to make sure that you've fully dried the bearing races, so that you don't have any water in there that you're going to keep suspended once you add grease, because that will promote rust, especially within the bearing races themselves, which will be bad because you really won't be able to see that, but it will rust, and then you'll start getting really chunky movement out of your rails. And that's what we're trying to prevent here is any rusting and metal on metal that will give us problems down the road. And those are moving very nice. Oh yeah. Hey Liz. Hey. Yep, we've been lubing this morning. We've been cleaning our rails and then lubing our rails, making sure our balls are nice and lubricated before we insert the rails. And yes, I'm playing tongue in cheek. Yeah, we had a lot of weather roll in last night. We're supposed to have some weather later today. And I can tell you, I for one am happy for the rain, because it's clearing some of the smoke out of the air, which, that's one of the reasons why we left Colorado, is because of all the wildfires, and the smoke and stuff like that was playing havoc with my asthma. So starting to get it down here from some of the Canada fires kind of stinks, but it's bad, but it's not as bad as I had when you had 3 different fires going right around the Colorado Springs area. So, I mean, a couple years ago, we were in Colorado Springs. Well, we were in Denver, and we drove down to Colorado Springs to see some friends and family. And we're driving along, and all of a sudden it's like dark out. and we both had to, me and Mrs. Dragon, we had to really sit there and go, wait a minute, look at our watches and stuff. And it was like 3 in the afternoon, and you would have thought it was like 9 at night. It was that dark, and it was all smoke from three major wildfires going on in the area. So, yeah. And of course, I wound up in the hospital before the end of that trip with asthma exacerbation. So I added a couple of days onto that trip. But yeah, that's my life. Yeah, it's one of those things that if you're up there and you've got those fires going, wear a mask. People are like, "Oh my God, why are you wearing a mask?" Because I prefer to breathe and have my lungs protected. Um, and a lot of times when you explain to them, like, "Hey, I've got bad asthma, this, that, whatever. I'm immunocompromised," then they were like, "Oh, okay." But oh, you've been getting rain since about 2 a.m. Westery? I mean, that sucks, but it's actually pretty good at knocking a bunch of this stuff down. Oof. Yeah, I don't miss that, Timor. I was stationed in Tucson, Arizona for 3 years, and I got an opportunity to go on a TDY from Tucson, Arizona to Saudi Arabia, so it really wasn't any better. Um, but yeah, the summers and stuff in Arizona was just crazy hot. Um, and yeah, when you're sitting there watching your garbage can melt into the pavement, yeah, that's kind of hot. Now, shenanigans, are you in the States or are you in Canada? Center of Pennsylvania? Okay. All right. We have all six of our rails lubricated. We'll go ahead and put down our syringe and get it tapped up. And gloves for this are not mandatory, but yeah, just realize that you're going to be getting stuff all over your fingers, and you will be goopy for a while if you don't use gloves. But I just genuinely hate that feeling. I can't stand like suntan lotion or sunscreen or lotion for anything. Yeah, that's the nice thing is if you are in a sunny locale like the desert and you have the ability to do solar, then yes, that works really, really well. So we'll put those extras down there. Kind of scoot these over to the side. And by the way, for those of you that are aware, it is K2 Kevin's birthday. I believe, is it actually today, Pezliz, or was it yesterday? But this is the K2 Kevin Jeep that was created by Fixin' Dude. So you got the K2 Kevin logo here. You've got it on the little light bars too, though it's hard to see, as well as the K2 clip on the back. The wheels do fully rotate. And this particular print here was the first print off of the Prusa Mark IV running the, was it the 5.00 whatever firmware, which has input shaper and pressure advance on there. You will notice still a little bit of ringing up here, but once again, this is an alpha release still of the 5.0 firmware, and this is the second release with the input shaping and pressure advance. So they'll get better with this over time. I really wish though that they had the ability to allow you to do pressure advance and input shaping yourself, but that would require, you know, it's Prusa, and Prusa prefers to put out a product because they support it. So if everybody starts going and doing their own pressure advance and input shaping values, that's going to really impede their ability to provide consistent support between their customer base. So very nice, Timor. Now I will say, if you see Edge of 3D pop in, you might not want to talk about the Tesla power walls and stuff because, yeah, I think he's actually in litigation about his power wall because it's tied into his entire house power system. And because his power wall doesn't work and they won't replace it because it's a Gen 1 power wall, it also, his generator won't pop on and power the house when it gets power outages. So it's kind of a mess, but it's the old Gen 1 power wall setup. And in order to fix it, they have to basically rip it out and put a whole new system in. But and happy Canada Day. For those of you in Canada and for those of us in the US, it will be a long weekend for a lot of us. We will have 4th of July on Tuesday. So a lot of us, if you didn't get Monday off, have probably taken Monday off, or you've decided I might as well work Monday because there's going to be like 3 people in the office and I'll be able to get work done. Yeah, I don't know the full situation. I just know that he's really not happy with the service he's getting, and he's made comments about having to get the lawyers involved now. I am going to change our view as we get going here, and we're going to start working through the manual. So it does tell us that we're going to flip the current printer that we have, our current state where we've got our gantry started, and we're going to flip it upside down because the rails mount to the bottom side. Going down at 5. So are banks open on Monday then, Daddy Wazzy, I take it? I hadn't even thought about it, but yeah. Yep, everybody, I saw K2 Kevin pop in, so please wish K2 Kevin a happy birthday since today is his actual birthday. And like I said, this is one of the Fix-em Dude K2 Kevin Jeeps. This is printed in Polymaker silk. This is the blue silver co-extrusion silk. And it came out pretty good. Once again, this is printed on the Mark IV right after using the Input Shaper 2.0 profile that's pre-built. So I may look at working on that profile a little bit down the road or seeing who else has. But I will probably do a couple of those in different colors just because, I don't know, the silks look good, but sometimes I think they don't do models justice with the shininess, and it's hard to evaluate print quality with a shiny silk sometimes. So, of course, going to something like actually one of the best things would be to look at a gray print. Plain gray filament, not a marble or anything, just plain gray filament is really awesome for looking at print quality and, checking on your cooling and stuff like that. It's really good. And for those of you that know what this is, if you know, you know. I will be building one and using it at ERF. Yep. Exactly. Okay, your office is open, Westery, and the courts as well. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I decided I was going to take the day off because, well, like 80% of my team's off, and I'm like, nah, I'll take it off. It's easier just to be able to hang out and do things. Okay, so we flip the printer upside down. It tells us, well, it shows us how we're going to install it. And you'll notice that from the center out, the holes on your T-nut, which are offset, the holes will be pointing towards the upright rails on either side. And these are going to be your M3 T-nuts. So we'll just get a handful of those. And we know that we're going to be using our 350 millimeter MGN 9 rails. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to kind of get my my carriage centered on the rail, and then I'm going to kind of just set my rail on one side or the other so I can figure out, yeah, I'm going to need at least 4 on each side. So I'm going to go ahead and get these preloaded, and then I'll use the rail to line them up. And if you decide to put more peanuts in here, that's perfectly fine. I believe there's extras in the kit anyhow. But the manual is based on a 250 build, right? So on a 300 build, your rails are going to be longer, and then on a 350 build, your rails are going to be even longer still. So the key point here is make sure that you're lining up your rails and then it's every other hole that you're putting you're going to put a screw in. And if you have a double in the middle where your carriage is actually centered, that's okay. But if you're going to wind up having more than that, then maybe you install 1 more or 2 more M3 nuts. And that's just to make sure that you've got good support right in the middle of your build. So in this case, what I would wind up, if I do starting at the ends and I put one or a screw in every other hole, I'm going to wind up with 4 holes right here in the middle. And to me, that's kind of a no bueno. So I'm going to go ahead and add an extra T-nut in here, and I should be able to go end to end. So in this case, on my build, I'm going to be running 5 in each direction with the middle 2 screws being populated. Okay. And we're going to kind of get these pre-lined up with our rail sitting right next to it. And then we'll put our rail over the top of them. And what I like to do, we're going to be using our M3x8s. So I'm going to grab a couple or quite a few of those, and I'm going to get them started. And you should be able to get them started. And all we're trying to do here is get the screws started. And I just want the heads just below the top of the rail so that my carriage can slide back and forth. Okay. Good morning, Major Gamer Geek. How are you doing? I'm glad you're doing good today. You're technically working from home, but having to get your driver's license redone. Well, that's always fun. And I'm sure as somebody who works within the state system that, you know, having your driver's license is kind of a critical thing. So once again, I'm just trying to get a couple of these in. And then what I'm going to do is I've got my MGN 9 to 2020 rail mount. These are pieces that you print out to be able to center your rails. So I'm just going to go and get these on each of the ends, and I'm going to go over a spot where there wouldn't be a screw. And so that will allow me to just continue to get everything lined up, get my screws started in the T-nuts. Once again, I'm just trying to get all the screws started. I'm not trying to tighten them down at this point because we're going to tighten them down in a specific order. Just making sure that all the T-nuts are lined up before I start tightening things down. Because now it's going to be easier to get them lined up. Like this one isn't fully lined up. So I'll take my tweezers. And the nice thing is you get your tweezers into the hole of the T-nut and then you just let go and it should kind of self-center the hole in the T-nut. Yeah, I remember when COVID hit and I had to go into an office in downtown Raleigh. So I had to drive like an hour to get to the DMV to be able to renew my license, basically, and change my address and stuff. And I get all the way out there only to find that supposedly they had canceled everybody's appointment for the first hour of the day. But I didn't get an appointment cancellation. What I got was an appointment confirmation email. And so there was quite a few of us there that were very, very pissed off because they didn't even want to entertain that there was a screw up on their end. And yeah, it was just a mess. So you want to make sure that these rails are aligned. They should be pretty close to full length between your printed parts. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start in the middle and we're going to snug the two in the middle up. And then we're going to work our way out end to end, going back and forth. And once again, we're just going to tighten them up until we have the resistance. End to end. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do the same thing, kind of giving our ugga-dugga and torquing them down a bit. And the reason we're doing that is one, to make sure our rail stays centered end to end. But also, if you start at your ends and tighten those all the way down, as you move to the center, you could actually put a bow in your rail. So what you want to do is start from the center and really torque them down and work your way out, because that way just naturally it will work any potential bow in your rails towards the ends, and you won't have any issues with your rails getting any type of bow. Now, granted, it's not going to be a lot, but it would be enough that it would show up in your bed mesh. So, T-nuts, boo. What's wrong with T-nuts? Creatix Brit. I actually like the roll-in T-nuts. They're really, really good. I don't like the hammerheads just because I'd say probably 30 to 40% of the time I try and do the hammerhead T-nuts, the ones that are supposed to twist into the rail, they don't twist. Exactly. Start in the middle, work to the side, and that'll work any of your bubbles or any of your bows out to the sides. Yeah, like in this particular case, and I'm going to go ahead and take my stoppers out because these are end-to-end parts. I have physical stops on them with the actual parts. If you do not have a stop at the edge, you want to leave those rubber stoppers in just so you don't run your carriages off and quote-unquote lose your balls. I'm going to turn this around so I can work on the other side. Now we're going to do the same thing where we're going to line up. We're going to go ahead and put in our roll-in T-nuts, and then we'll line them up. I will say, Britt, that the T-nuts, once again, on these rails are very, very loose because the depths of the rail channels that I'm using right now are out of spec. And I know that. And I'm fine with that. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing it this way, where I have gravity in my favor. But like when I did the 0G build, and using the Masumi rails, the T-nuts were very, very snug. And if you put it on the wrong side, you were going to be a little hard pressed to get them back out. You had to fiddle with them to get them back out. But they definitely stayed in place. So I would have no problem putting a T-nut in a vertical rail when I was building the 0G, and knowing that it's going to stay where I put it, so it would stay aligned. All right, so I've got my T-nuts in place. We're going to grab our other rail. Yeah, normally airport security, as long as your picture is somewhat close, you're good. Now, I've got people that I work with, and they've been with Cisco for 20 something years, and they've never updated their photo in the directory. So you look at their photo in the directory, and it looks like a completely different person. And I've got that with both guys and girls. And it just drives me insane because it's like, hey, I'm trying to figure out who you are and put a name to a face. And then when your photo looks nothing like you, it really doesn't help. And once again, now that I have that sort of pre-aligned, I want to get a couple of screws in before I put my alignment tools in place. And it really doesn't matter where I start putting the screws in initially, just because I'm going to leave them loose to start with. I'm just trying to get them to bite into the T-nuts. But yeah, I get that. I know Zombie Hedgehog really doesn't like the rolling T-nuts either. He's had problems with them being just way too tight in the rails. And I mean, I really prefer the rolling T-nuts when I'm doing the linear rails, just because I think it gives you a much better connection. Because you've got that whole, you get this whole face surface that's pulled tight to the rail, right? Where if you're using a T-nut, you're hoping that every single one of them rotates, because you won't be able to really tell. And you could get like a false sense of security with your rail that way, and still have issues where you have some induced bowing in the rail just because you thought you had good connection all the way around and you didn't. But in doing the, like when you're doing the panels, I think using the T-nuts is the hammerhead T-nuts is perfectly fine. Okay, so I got those. I'm going to go ahead and put my rail alignment tools on to get my rail aligned side to side. And we can fine tune this once we get our X gantry in. If we feel that it's not completely perpendicular, we can go ahead and fine tune this. And once again, we're just going through and snugging them up to start with. And then we'll come back in and do a full tighten afterwards. Thank you for the bits, Major Gamer Geek. I appreciate that. That is wonderful. For whatever reason, I did not hear that pop up. I think you guys did, but I'm not getting it on my side. I'll have to figure out why. Murph was really good. Yes, we did our Murph recap on Tuesday, which was, I'll say, interesting because I was planning on not streaming very long on Tuesday because I was so exhausted. And then just talking about Murph, we ran for like 5 hours on Tuesday night because we were talking about Murph and what things we want to change and do between now and Earth, and the projects that are going on between now and Earth. So right now you're seeing me work on the Voron Trident build. We also have, let me switch views here and we'll just chat for a minute. And I'll take a chance to hydrate. So we're going to be working on the Trident build here that you're seeing me work on right now. We also have a Rook build that Fabrico kind of gave me a deal. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a Rook build, and the color scheme for the Rook is, well, it's kind of dependent on the filament that I already had out and open. So the Rook build is going to be, work with me here. Our Rook build is going to be blue, Polymaker blue ABS, and lime ABS. So this is going to be the color for the Rook build. And then as when I bought the Rook kit, he also threw in a set of 2020 extrusions. So we'll build the Rook the way it is, and then I may buy all the other parts and build a self-sourced Rook 2020. So we'll have a self-sourced Rook, a Fabrico Rook, and then the Rook 2020. So I'll wind up having 3 Rooks. And then we'll figure out what happens there. I believe one or more of those will get raffled off. But the nice thing that I like with the Rooks is they're small. And I mentioned this while I was at Murph, but I like the idea of having a bigger printer like a Voron or the 0G, but also having the small printers. So we had Westery One's Prusa Mini and a Rook. And so what that gives me is, in a small form factor that's easy to transport, the ability to show off the difference between a bed flinger Cartesian printer and a Core XY printer. Yeah, and so what I'm thinking right now is 2 of the Rooks and the Voron 2.4 and the Trident. And the reason being is because 1, it'll pack nicely in the back of the truck. And then 2, the 2 Voron printers will be the same height, which will allow me to put the dragster or 2 dragsters across the top of them in the back of the truck so that we can get some dragsters there as well. Because we're going to have rebuilt death racers. And we're actually looking at rebuilding them to the Mechanism death racers that was on display by Jerry Reed or Randy Reed. I think it's Jerry Reed. I'd have to look real fast, but we're thinking about swapping them out to the Mechanism style death racers, and we're going to have dragsters, and we'll have several printers there for Earth. Now, at this point, it is my understanding that they are only cleared for death racers. They are not cleared at this point to do dragsters at Earth. So we could have them on display, but we can't run any heats. But they are still working that out. They're still talking to them, trying to convince them that, you know, there's not any danger for the drag racers, and we can, you know, we may have to put up additional barriers and stuff like that, and hold people further back. It's safety concerns, and, you know, being Maryland, I guess, you know, it's a very litigious state. Everybody likes to sue everybody, so they're just worried about getting sued and campus liability, because I believe it's on a college campus. Yeah, so my death racer, one of the screws on one of the side panels of my tracks sheared off, and a couple of parts got busted, but it was more of the pretty parts that got glued on. But all in all, my death racer was a champ, and that's because the whole lower portion of my death racer was printed in atomic carbon fiber PET G stone blue. So in fact, I think I've got it over here still. That's the stone gray. It's the stone blue somewhere out here, but this is that stone gray. But this is carbon fiber PET G, and it would get scratched, and I just rub across it with my finger, and the scratch goes away. So that was awesome material to use. Okay, so you use carbon fiber nylon? Yeah, and I've got some of that. I was actually thinking about doing it in carbon fiber PLA, which I think would be just as strong. So, yeah. But yeah, Murph was great. I got to see so many people. Hung out and chatted with Royal Nomi and BC a lot. Me and BC kept squirreling and running off and trying to talk to Big Tree Tech and Creality and stuff like that. Spent a lot of time at the KB3D booth because the 0G Mercury build back here, Death Dragon, sat at the KB3D booth that weekend, and there was a ton of interest in that printer. A ton of interest in that printer. And Scott from Edge of 3D had two of his enclosed Merc builds there. One at the Fabrico booth, which was printing all weekend, and another one over at the Polymaker booth that wasn't even plugged in. It was just like static display. And it may have just had a blip there because I just saw OBS drop. So sorry about that. Which means I'm going to have to upload this video because I'm sure that little blip just caused Twitch to break the video. But Scott had two 0G Merc builds, the Diamond Lynx or Lynx Diamond belt printer from, was it, I don't know, it's like the 3D, anyhow. He had the belt printer that converts from 90 to 45 degree belt printer, and the Core XY from that same company. It's like, hold on a second. It is belt3dprinterkit.com. And by the way, this was my Murph sticker collection, or Remurf sticker collection. I haven't put it up on the wall yet because the transfer paper, as I was taking it off, started peeling the paper on this foam core. But I was going to put this up on one of my walls just for, Remurf. And then I'm going to take all the stickers I got from from Murph, and I'm going to put them on the body of my drag racer for when I go to Earth. Yeah. A lot of people do that with their laptops. But yeah, all four of the printers that Scott took to Murph, he gave them away. So he gave those four printers away at Murph, which was cool. So with that said, let's switch our view back over and let's make some more progress. So we got our two Y rails installed. And once again, make sure your T-nuts are in the right direction. Mind your carriages while you're installing your rails. Make sure you keep those bump stops, those little rubber bump stops they come with, in place until you got them fully mounted on the rail, because then the printed parts will become bump stops on each end and you can take those off. Use your alignment guides to center them on the rails. You're going to do both sides. And now we're going to start with the Z-axis, right? And we're going to have, it kind of gives you some orientating views there. And we're going to start by doing some heat sets. So I'm going to go ahead and move the printer off the table for the time being. And we need to grab some parts, which I think this is all my Z parts. That's fucked. So squaring up the rails, in this case, I believe what you're referring to, K2 Kevin, is ensuring that the rails are parallel to each other, is I believe what you are referring to there. So right now you don't do that. You will do that as you get your X gantry installed. And yes, normally what I will do is I keep one rail locked down. I will back off the screws on the other rail when I get the X gantry installed, and I will move the X gantry back and forth several times. And then once again, start near the center and work my way out and tighten it back up. And double check every time I tighten a screw that I still have good clean motion back and forth. Yeah, I just realized that that's not showing too well. But you keep moving that gantry back and forth as you're tightening up, and that makes sure you don't get any binding or kinking as you're tightening that rail down. But that is how you ensure that the rails are parallel to each other based on your gantry. And so you've got two different versions of this piece. One has two holes, and that will be used if you have IGUS cable chains, and one with three holes, and this is more like the generic ones that you'll get off Amazon or AliExpress. So that's the one I'm going to use because I've yet to ever use IGUS cable chains. They're great, but they're hella expensive. So we're going to move this out of the way so we can grab some of our heat set inserts. Get a few of those dumped out. Then we'll grab our soldering iron. I use a TS100, and because I have a TS100, I don't have the ability to put the nice heat set insert piece on it. I do have I'll say a different one that I believe I can mount it on, but I gave the heat set insert piece to Evil Diesel. And what I do is I will get the inset or the heat set insert about 95% of the way in, and then you'll see me flush it up to the face of the printed part using the rail here. And if you've watched my videos, you'll know that that's one, it makes sure that the part and the heat set are flush, and then two, because this is metal, it'll suck some of the heat out, so it'll cool it down a little bit faster, which should make it should make it easier to actually start assembling shortly thereafter. There's one. And as you're doing this, just be cognizant and make sure that the heat set insert does not go all the way through the printed part. Otherwise, you stick your finger behind it and you try and push it flush, and you take that nice hot brass insert and drive it into the back of your finger. It'll hurt. Just saying. I do that just to make sure that I get any plastic that may have gotten on the tip off. Keep it nice and clean. So we'll have that ready. And I believe that's the only heat set inserts I need to deal with at this point in time. So we'll get this back over onto the side so I don't sit here and burn myself, because I will. But yeah, that was a good question, K2. And if you have any of those questions along the build, just let me know. That's one of the things I like to do here is answer people's questions as we go through these builds. Got several different parts here. What I tried to do is bag my parts kind of like you would with a PIF, just by the different assemblies that we're going to be addressing. So we're going to start off back here at the rear, and we're going to need 2 nuts at the top and then 2 at the side to mount the rear Z mount. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the top, then I'll put it on its back, and I'll push in the other screws from the back so that we can do the other 2. Yeah, Liz, whenever you're trying to get 2 rails on a Core XY and make sure they're parallel, always use your rail alignment tools and go ahead and get them both put in place. But as soon as you do your X gantry, you'll want to loosen one side or the other, run it all the way to the back, and make sure your X gantry is flush to the back. Run it to the front, make sure it's flush. Do that a couple times, and that will align the loose rail to the rail that's fully locked down, and make sure that your gantry is parallel, because you're basing it off of your front and your rear. You'll base it off the, touching the front idlers and the rear motors at this point. And then because you'll have that square, then you can come back to the middle, start tightening, and you want to just keep doing that every time you tighten a set of screws. Go all the way back and all the way front, and that way you're making sure that it's not getting cockeyed on the gantry. We'll wind up needing 4 of these, and the screw holes are facing the outer corners. So we'll go ahead and we'll get these loosely put in place like that. And then we'll be able to get our part partially slid in, and we'll line up the holes of our T-nuts. We'll go ahead and push it all the way on there. Oh yeah, and since the and by 10 button head screws, since your cocoa press is roughly based on the Voron V0 frame, yeah, you want to take some notes there, because that will come in handy as you start to do that build. And if you need to, reach out to us. I'm sure several of us will be on there as soon as you say, hey, I'm starting the build of my cocoa press. You'll have everybody and their brother on the stream for you. And we'll give you some pointers if you need them. Because we all want to build one. Okay, and so once again, I did the top 2. Now I'm going to flip it over. So once again, I'm using gravity to help line these other T-nuts. So it makes it a little, I'm not going to say more tricky, but I just have to do a couple more steps because of the out of spec rails, but once again, rails should have cost 150 and I got it for 20. So I'm not going to complain about the frame rails being B spec, especially when I've got, I know I can deal with them. Ah, okay. I didn't realize you were still under NDA for that, because I thought, well, I guess, yeah, that's true because the official ship and release is this fall, right? Um, is that right, Pezliz? Okay, so that one is now installed. And for rail safety, it says be careful that you don't run your or drop your carriages off of your rail. But we're now going to go and install our vertical rails. And once again, it's going to go into every other hole, as you can see there on the screen. And we're going to use the MGN9, and these are the 300 size rails. So we'll go ahead and we'll grab our M3 Rollin T-nuts. And these will be the same. So the Z height is the same regardless of whether you do a 250 build, a 300 build, or a 350 build. So in this case, we're going to use 8 T-nuts, just like it calls out. So we'll put in 4 pointed in each direction. And then we'll set our rail next to the extrusion and line up our T-nuts to the rail. And we'll grab one of our LDO rails. Like I said, we're just going to set it next to the, let me put this way so you guys can see a little bit better. So I'm going to take my rail and I'm just going to set it next to the, like on one edge of the extrusion. And I'm going to use my tweezers and just line up my T-nuts. Move that over and grab some more M3x8 socket head cap screws. And we'll start installing these. Yeah, if you want some generalized build help, just for like building, generic printer build help, Pez, just let me know. And if I need to, I'll talk with Ellie and sign an NDA. I don't care. I know I don't have a kit and I won't be building a kit, but that way I can sit there and be a fly on the wall while you're doing some of your builds. So if you need help, I'm there. Somehow got out of alignment. Gotcha. And yeah, that is critical. I mean, I try and get my workbench here set up and clean. Um, Now, between streams, it's a horizontal surface, so it collects all kinds of crap. And then once I get set up in before my stream, I'll clean things off and make sure that I've got a fairly clean build surface, because you see how much I drop stuff as it is. And the more stuff I have on here, the more stuff's going to wind up on the floor. So, yeah, yeah, turn this around. Sorry, folks. Turn this around so I can get these lined up appropriately. That one's being heard. And so what'll happen, what's happening with this particular one right here, is um the T-nut, instead of sitting flat like this, because it's pressed up against the face, because the channel's too deep and it can't press up flat against the face, the T-nut will rotate in the channel, which then makes lining up the screw kind of a pain in the butt. There we go. So we're going to go back to using our MGN9 alignment tools to get this aligned on the rail, and then making sure it does look like it gets pushed. Nope. Here we go. Leave a small gap between the rail and the printed part, which it says 1 to 2 millimeters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, I think it says 1 to 2 millimeters. Yeah, 1 to 2 millimeters. So what I do is I grab my Bond Haas 2 millimeter driver, and I just take that and put it between the rail and the printed part, and then push the rail tight up against it. And that's going to give me my 2 millimeter spacing. So now I've got my 2 millimeter spacing from the bottom. I've got my alignment tools that are holding me aligned left to right. And I'm just going to come in here and start snugging them down. Once again, going back and forth. Not doing a full ugga-dugga tighten, just tighten them up so that there's a fairly even tension on the rails. Now I'll come back in and ugga-dugga. Yeah, no kidding, John. What is for lunch? Is it already lunchtime? Holy cow, it is. and you're going a metal screw through a metal rail into a metal T-nut. So you could use Loctite on these. Because you're not going through a printed part, you don't have any chance of a chemical reaction between the Loctite and the printed part that would make the printed part brittle. So if you wanted to, you could put Loctite on these and you wouldn't have any issues there. Very few times have I had any of these back out, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Now, the next thing you've got is this little bump stop, and this little bump stop is going to go at the top and keep your rail from coming all the way off the top. And once again, it does have a little heart next to it, so that is an indication that you're going to use your accent part. And we're going to use an M3x8 screw and an M3 T-nut, hammerhead T-nut on this one. You know, get your T-nut just like twist it on 1 or 2 threads, and you'll go ahead and tighten this and just push your printed part right down against the top of your rail. Tighten that down and try and look down there and make sure that it actually did rotate and tighten and not just tighten straight up against the printed part. And with that, we can take out our other stopper now that we have the printed stopper in place. And our rail is still, or our carriage is still moving fully, and it's not hitting any of the screws or anything, so that's good. Next up, we're going to work on our corners. So we're going to flip this back up, and this looks like we're going to do the front left corner. So we'll need 2 M5 T-nuts, or excuse me, 4, 2 on each rail. And they're opposing. So one goes towards the upright, the other one goes away from the previous. Same thing on the other side. And then we'll take our printed part, and it's keep an eye on where your Voron logo goes, right? With the way this is oriented, it's kind of showing it as being in this orientation, which means your Voron logo goes towards the front of the printer if you're looking at your orientation there. So what I'm going to do is just kind of set this on the rail next to it, get my T-nuts somewhat lined up. At least close enough that when I stick the piece over the top, I can get them the rest of the way lined up with my tweezers. And then we're going to use our M5x10 button head cap screws to lock it down. And once again, my initial goal here is just to get all 4 screws to bite on the T-nuts. And then I'll make sure that the part is fully pushed into the corner before I tighten it down. So who all is planning on going to Earth this year? Who all is planning on going to Earth? Major Gamer Geek, you're trying to make it to Earth. That would be great. It would be great to see you again. It would be great to see you again. Well, I feel you there. I feel you there. One of the reasons we're gonna be able to go is Evil Diesel is from that area, and so we've got a place that we can stay. So we're not doing hotel as well because hotels in that area are kind of crappy, or not crappy, but I mean just expensive. Yeah, it'd be great if you could bring a printer. Okay, and it's going to tell us to do the rail. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to mount the other piece first and then come back in and do both rails at the same time. Just a slight change in the order. And as it says, I know I don't do enough of this, but follows are free. And if you follow, please make sure you got your notifications turned on so you can see when I go live. I do try and put notifications out on Twitter and Discord to let everybody know I'm going live. But you know, occasionally I'm human. I forget. I don't have like I don't code bots like Ian Douglas does, so I don't have things automated to that extent yet. But we are trying to always improve both the stream and our builds and stuff we do for shows. So, and I do not have an affiliate link or discount code at Tensor, but let me talk to them. Let me talk to them. Also, I do have an affiliate link to Polymaker. So if you're going to be buying Polymaker anyhow, and you'd like to help out the channel, I do have an affiliate link that does pop up here from time to time that you can use, and that way I get a little bit back to help me continue to stream. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm putting this face down now so that my corner pieces are in the bottom facing towards you guys. And now we'll put in our rails on each side for the verticals over here. And I believe it's going to be the same thing. We're going to put a 2mm spacer there. So we'll use our little 2mm ball and hex driver from Bonhaus as our spacer when we go ahead and get these lined up. Yeah, so let me double check with them real fast, and if I get one, I will definitely post it out there. It would be great if I could, and I'm going to probably talk to KB3D as well and see if I can get something from them, like a discount code or something from them, because that would be great. Chris over at KB3D was awesome in helping me get the Zero G Merc build done. And even at the show, I had an issue with the Rook. Wound up being when I shortened the wires up to make it more presentable for the show, I didn't wire my phases right for the motors, so he provided me some parts and stuff in case I needed to redo some crimps or build all new motor cables. And Britt, you're still going to Earth, correct? Because we missed you at Murph. Missed a few people at Murph because Joel Telling wasn't there. Pooch wasn't there. Okay, so same deal. We're just rinsing and repeating here. We're going through and just getting our screws started, making sure everything's lined up. Just get everything started. We'll add our little spacer in there and work on getting everything locked down. Use our alignment tools to line our rail up. Now I'm going to push in from the top with my finger. Right, I've got my spacer at the bottom. I'm going to push from the top down, making sure my alignment tools are in place, and then just start working at the center and working out. Just starting off, just snugging it up so you can feel the change in resistance. And all we're doing here is just making sure that we're kind of locking in that alignment initially. Then we'll start from the center again and give it our ugga duggas to lock everything in. Remove our spacer, remove our alignment tools, and we'll be able to flip it around and start working on the other side. What's everybody else working on today? Anybody got any cool projects they're working on? We know Liz is working on getting things cleaned up so we can start on her cocoa press build. Day 2 is enjoying his birthday. Donuts! Yeah. You've been watching me drink my Dunkin' coffee. And I told you, Mrs. Dragon hooks me up with Dunkin'. So she has a standard stream order of 10 donut holes and coffee. So I just try not to eat on stream. Got to play with zip ties. Hey, Turtle Crawler, how you doing, my friend? So, Turtle Crawler, I've got to ask you a question because everybody keeps asking me. The 0G enclosure build, when are we looking at that going? Well, one, is that going to be going into an open beta or is it going to be a release? And like what kind of relative timeline are we looking at? Are we looking like days, weeks? Printing the last of your rook parts. Wow, that is like way off. Well, I will say that's cool. I've got all of my rook parts are printed. I think I need to reprint one or two, but we're going to be going with Polymaker Blue and Lime. And these are both ABS. So I did my standard trick with ABS parts and just scaled them to 100.5%. And that has worked well for me with the tolerances on my printers to be able to, all the screw holes are the right size and stuff like that. So I have not seen the CAD work that you've done on the Rook. This particular build that I'm doing for the Rook is a Fabrico kit. So these are all the Fabrico parts. I've got a self-source Rook that has a lot of like Dulcifer and Canrog mods. But this particular build is, I'm going to build it as closely as I can to the Fabrico build and the parts they provide. And then I also have the Rook 2020 rails coming from Fabrico. So I will use those to most likely build a third Rook. So I will be able to show off the difference between a self-source Rook, a Fabrico bare, standard Rook kit, and the Rook 2020. And yes, I print any of the printers that I do that are designed for PLA. And I decide I'm going to print them in ABS. I always scale to 100.5%. And that gets me the right size holes and everything is in the right spot. Because there's different shrinkage between the materials. All right, turtle crawler sounds good. Yeah, and I told you, Westery, Mrs. Dragon hooks me up. She's got a standard streaming order, like saved. So Saturday morning, she'll get up and she'll make a run to Starbucks for herself, and then she'll swing by Dunkin' Donuts and get me coffee and donuts prior to the stream. Okay, Turtle. Thanks for the follow up. Yeah, I'll try and ping Dutch and just ask him that question about, people are asking, so what kind of timeline are we looking like? Um, Need to get my alignment tools on here so that it's lined up right, side to side. Apply some pressure from the top to keep my gap tight at the bottom, and just go through and snug up, working my way from the center out. Oh yeah, Westry, that is real love. That is real love. Okay, you're going to add a fork of your build to the Fabrico. And the changes that you're talking about are the changes to the Fabrico Rook kit and not changes to the Zero G, correct, Turtle? Okay. And I did look at the manual, like I skimmed the manual, and first glance it looks really good. So I just need to take a look at it again because, as I mentioned before, I do have enough material. I believe I got like everything but the very tall 2020 uprights. So I'm going to cut and whatever my material to get it ready and go through that manual and do a full frame build again. So yay, I'll have a second zero G frame in the near future. Okay, so we got our rails in place in the front. Now we need to go and add our little stops. So once again, those are M3 by 8 screws and an M3 hammerhead T-nut. And you'll thread on just, do it one or two turns on the threads, and then drop them in, pull down against your rail, and tighten the screw. Then just kind of give it a pull up and see if you can pull it out. If you can pull it out, then of course the hammerhead T-nut did not rotate and catch on the extrusion. Yeah, that's true. Time zones kind of suck sometimes. I've at work I have teams that are in India, and it makes it hard. You either have to get online way late, or they have to get on either way late or way early to work with that time zone effectively, and it just sucks. Okay, that's true. Yeah, I know how that goes. So we've got our two bump stops installed. We've got both of our corners and the rails installed. Now we're going to start working on the Z joints. We'll set this up here. Let me move it around this way because I'll try and do some work like this around the frame so you can see what I'm working on. And so what I'm going to do now is just look for the right orientation. So we've got the angled edge here, the mount's back here. This is for our lead screw mount, and then our M5 nut. So we'll have our M5 nut. That'll go in there. And then we'll have our plate, and you just need to figure out which is the right one that goes on there. And we're going to have three M3x6 button head cap screws. And notice that once again, this top part that we're putting on that clamps over the top is an accent piece. And because we're using button head cap screws, it's going to be a 2mm driver. And these are going to be threaded into plastic. So you're just going to snug them up. You're not going to try and ugga-dugga them in, or you'll strip the plastic. Because I'm trying to line up 3 different holes, I'm just going to get them started and then come back and tighten them down afterwards. That way I make sure they all line up. Now what we're trying to do is close the gap, and you'll feel where it starts to get tighter and then stop. All you're trying to do is get the screw, insert it all the way, and then stop. If you keep going, you're going to strip the plastic, and then, righty-tighty becomes righty-loosey, and that gets bad. All right, now it wants us to install our lead screw nuts, and those are probably going to be in the box with the lead screws. So let me go pull those out. So our Z motors. And yes, we're going to have to pull our Z motors out to get our palm nuts off. They should come off fairly easily. Then we'll just take our motor and set it to the side. Go ahead and grab all 3 motors out now. Yeah, staying up late kills me too. I'm not as young as I once was, and it definitely comes back to bite me in the butt. So we're going to need some M3x12 socket head cap screws. A couple of those. And I believe those are M3 lock nuts. There. And it says, do not fully tighten them. You want them to have a little bit of play, not a whole lot, but just a little bit. And that's just to make sure that you don't get, you over constrain it and you get binding. So we'll take our part and we flip it over this way. Stick our palm nut in with the, I told you, I dropped things. And where did it go? Here we go. Okay. So once again, we're going to, the longer shaft of our palm nut is going to go up through the printed part. And then we're going to come down from the top with the M3x12. And we're going to go on opposite sides, just like that. And I don't think it truly matters, but we'll follow the diagram, right? And then what we'll do is kind of hold the screws in place and get our T-nut started. Not our T-nuts, our lock nuts started. And we'll need a pair of pliers. And we'll just work on tightening these down. And once again, we don't want them to be fully tightened down and ugga-dugga. We want a little bit of play in these. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit, so that the lead screws can account for any wobble. That's what we're trying to do. You want a lot of play, you want just a little bit. So we get one done. Now we're going to go and do the same thing to the other side, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So we'll start off with an M5 nut. I'll just press fit in there. We'll get our other piece. We need M3x6 button head cap screws times 3. Go ahead and grab the 2 of the M3x12s that we'll need in a minute. What kind of changes did you make, Turtle? Was it cosmetic changes or any functional changes? Wiggle mounts to the bed frame, that'll be nice. And they were, have you got your kit already? Or are you just playing with CAD before you get your kit? Okay. That kit comes with the the LDO Motors bed, right? With the nice, was it polyamide bed? Thank you for the follow, Lucius Lou. Thank you so much for the follow. Once again, we're going to put our palm nut in. So the tall piece comes through the printed part, so the bottom will be flush like that. And looking at the way it lines up, we want our screws here and here. Go ahead and drop our screws through. Need to grab a couple of these out. Nice. Yeah, that's the one thing with that cover plate. When I did my self-source rook, I used, I think it was Gulsifers, that has the cutouts around the M8 rods, and it screws down with M5x10 or M5x8. Pick one. Bolts. So that worked out really, really well. It makes it a lot easier if you ever have to take it off and get into it. All right, Luke, what is up with you and your hands right now? All right. We'll find that one later. I just dropped a lock nut on the carpet. We'll find that later, preferably before I run the vacuum cleaner. One more chance with a. Oh, okay, yeah. We'll have to find that one later. Yeah, the PSU sits in the base. Okay, you're going to do a backpack then? Gotcha. Once again, we're just snugging these down. We want them to have a little bit of play to them, not a lot, just a tiny bit, and that'll help mitigate any issues from a bent lead screw. Okay, so 2 down. Hey, Tactile Pictures, how are you doing? Thank you for coming in and joining us today, and welcome back in, Britt. Britt, I was wondering if you are going to Earth. I believe you said you were. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Because we missed you at Murph. It was a sad day. We're going to get that M5 screw seated in, and there's no accent piece on this. So we're going to bring our piece in from the bottom like before, where our the thick threaded shaft piece goes up into the printed part. This one's a little bit easier. Your screws only line up in one way. So you throw the screw in there. Murph, yes, good, good, good. This is a 300 by 300 Trident build. So that would be cool, Britt. So I've got a couple of things. We've got, so I'm working the Trident build. I've got the Rook builds. I've got a Ender 3 to belt printer build that I want to get done between now and Earth. And, you know, because I'm always over ambitious, I want to print out a set of Galactic Armory, like a full armor set. Not just do helmets, but do a full armor set. And I haven't 100% decided. I think I want to do the new Death Troopers that were in the Mandalorian or last season, and I really like that. But it's going to come down to it may be printed, but not painted and all that good stuff, just because I don't think I'm going to have the time to do everything, but we'll see. We're also going to have death racers rebuilt in the Mechanism style, I believe, and at least one, if not two, dragsters. So me and Evil Diesel got a lot going on. And also, Evil Diesel is toying around with the idea of starting to stream, because a lot of people are asking if he streams at Murph. So I think next Thursday, if not beforehand, we're going to get him on stream. So he'll have two of us on stream. And that's got some tiny bit of place. That should be good. Okay, so we've got our three joints built. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and install those. So these are going to get installed with M3 by 12 screws into our Z uprights, or excuse me, our Z linear rails. So we'll grab a few screws. I'm going to go ahead and turn that this way. And we're going to start with this one. And we want to make sure that we get the right one so that when we install it, it's going to line up over the rail, or over the motor mounting block, which it does. I'll go ahead and push one of these in there so that we have something that we can line up on the rail. And once we get one started, we'll go ahead and get the rest. So, any hint as to which cosplay you might bring, Britt? Okay, so public beta release of the 0G enclosure of some sort next week. Awesome. That would be great. That is a fantastic printer. Both the Voron 2.4 and the 0G builds, I got them to Murph. I got them on the table and loaded them with filament, warmed them up, said print, and they both printed without any problems. Okay, so now I've got all four of these screws somewhat, they're not fully tightened, but they're snug. So I'm just going to go around in a crossing pattern and snug them down. You want to still make sure that it slides up and down nice and easy, because you can over tighten these and bind them in the race, in the bearing races. So I'm going to get a couple of these preloaded, and we're going to do the other side. I'm pretty sure is what's coming next. Hey, look at that. It's the other side now. Same thing. We're going to set our printed part on there, and it should pretty much line up top to bottom. And we'll have our couple of screws already inserted in the part, so it should line up fairly easily. And once you get one started, get the other one started as well. And once again, the color scheme for this printer is Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Red as the primary color, and the alternate color or accent color is Sparta 3D Sparkle Old Copper. It's kind of like, it's copper red. Some people were saying, oh, that's sort of like an Iron Man. But I think Iron Man would be either, like red and gold, or like not an old copper, but more of a brighter copper. Okay, so we got those two done. Now next up is probably going to be the rear one. Same type of situation. We'll need, that we're going to use M3x8 screws. We need 4 of those. And same thing, we'll get a couple of these in here, and then we'll get that lined up on the rail. And Turtle, if you can, for those that are interested in the 0G build, can you go ahead and put a link to your Discord on there? You should be able to type it in, and it should allow you to do the link. But if you could, go ahead and link out to your old Discord server, so that people can get out there and follow when those announcements are made. I also have my Discord server, and I believe I have some of your announcements coming over, but I think it's by channel, so I don't think I have, I'm not sure if I'll have the one that you announced the beta on. And that's great. Apparently my bang hasn't worked yet. And we're also going to do a shout out here for Creatix Brit. She streams. She does a lot of good stuff, from 3D printing, of course, to painting, to cosplay. And for her cosplays, it's not just like 3D printed parts. She actually also does sewing and builds using other tools and items to build out her cosplays. And she does some really, really, really cool cosplays. So we're also going to shout out Pez Liz. She's got some great different variety streams. You probably know her from Maker Deck, as well as the ZNZ show, where she's the better part of the ZNZ show. We've also got Westery One. Westery One's my sister from another mister. She's pretty awesome. She has been building a Captain America shield, as well as a Hawkeye bow out of CosPLA. And one of her intents is that she's going to test fire the bow and make sure it holds up and can fire. And then she's going to do a photo shoot of actually shooting off of horseback, off of one of her horses, and do the whole little photo shoot thing. So that's kind of cool. You're currently crying. Your daughter just heard my shout out and said, "Oh, is he talking about you?" That's so nice. Oh, well, that's awesome. Yes, Britt, you are an awesome maker. Like I said, she does cosplays. Um, yeah, and she talks about the joys, the trials, and the tribulations of cosplays. Because as we know, the more complex your cosplays are, the more things that can go wrong, and the more things that will normally go wrong when you're out in public with your cosplays on. The better part depends on the day. No, Pez Liz, you are the better part of the Z and Z show. We all know that. Just like we know that, we give a shout out to Westry, but it's really Mia's stream, as it says right here. It's Mia's stream. We all know that. Um, okay, now it tells us to flip our printer upside down. So we need to do that carefully. Because now is going to be the fun part. I believe now we're going to actually install our motors. And it doesn't give us a key of where we're going, but it does say pay attention to the cable exit. And if you look, it shows that our cables will be exiting our motors away from the linear rails. So our exits for our front two motors will be facing the back of the printer. And so you will have to twist your motors. So watch your wires. Might be easier if you raise your portions up here. Let me kind of turn this around. So we've got our motor. Okay, there we go. That's better. So I'm going to push this up. That way, as I'm turning my motor to thread my lead screw, I'm not getting my wires caught up in things. But you want to thread your motor through the palm nuts on that mount. You don't need to thread all the way down, just a little bit. And then make sure once again your wires on your motor are facing towards the back. Right? So this side, the side that's facing away from your linear rails in the front, is where you want your wires coming out. Okay. And then it's going to tell us to use 4 M3 by 12 screws. We'll try and get 1 or 2 in now, and then we'll put the rest in a minute. I just want to kind of get it lined up and seated in here. So this is a self-source. It's an amalgamation. The frame is Tensor 3D. The panels, when we start putting in the panels, are from Tensor 3D. The DIN rails, I did get colored DIN rails for this from Tensor 3D. I think the LDO motors I bought from West 3D. And I can't remember where everything else came from. But it's kind of an amalgamation build from West 3D, Fabrico, KB3D. I kind of went all over the place with this build. I've just been getting parts a little bit here, a little bit there. We also use I've got the Octopus board, TMC drivers. we've got a Big Tree Tech EBB SB2209 CAN bus board. So it's going to be very similar to the 2.4 build, right? One of the differences between this and the 2.4 build, other than, you know, the traditional differences of a 2.4 and Trident, is on the 2.4, we did a printed parts tap. And on this build, we at Murph, we were given a CNC tap from Chaotic Lab. The Big Tree Tech folks gave me one of those. So we will be installing that on here. And be interesting to see if I get any better tolerance, you know, which one I get better tolerance out of. So these are the LDO Trident motors. So these are direct wire motors. So it doesn't even use the plug at the motor end. So these are direct wire. And I highly suggest, if you're going to build a Voron, do yourself a favor and just spend the money, if you got it, on the LDO motor kits and LDO linear rail kits. Hey, Photosmet. Welcome in. Welcome in. MadCat USA. Thank you for coming in and joining us today. Thank you for being here. Yes. So the nice thing about getting the LDO motors kit is they're an appropriate length, right? And if you really want to cut them down and get them, you know, the exact length for whatever build, you can. I suggest, since it's going to be down here and it's going to be covered up, leave it long, you know, route them into your cable trays and be good. It just works out that better that way. In fact, I didn't even look to see if they have different lengths. They're not marked any differently, but you would think there may be different lengths because the two in the front should be closer to the sorry folks, give me 1 second. I have to respond to this. Sorry about that. Yeah, I would really say if you're going to self-source these things, spend the extra money for the LDO motor rails, or at least get other quality rails like LDO motors, Berserker rails from West 3D, KB 3D rails, the tensor rails. I am ecstatic with the tensor rails that are on the 2.4. I've got KB 3D rails on the 0G. They're very, very comparable. They're great. They're the I think all of those are the Z1 tolerance pretension. Spend the money on the rails. Spend the money on your motors. You know, it's worth it. It really is. If you can get a Lineo wiring harness rather than wire it up yourself, that also makes life a lot easier. Just saying. Once again, we need some more M3x12s to mount that before I forget that we didn't mount it, and then I got to flip this over and throw a motor everywhere. So Fotis, how are you doing these days? Hope you're doing well. I attempted several times to print one of your Dragon files at Murph, and I say attempted. It's nothing to do with the file. It was the fact that the power supply on my Rook died mid-print, and so it failed. So I still need to print one of your, I think it was your Red Dragon from Printables. Fantastic models. Between you and Britt, I think we're going to get some really, really cool models here in the future. Yeah, like I said, it's nothing, it wasn't anything to do with the file. It was printing great. It was just the power supply died. So I did order a couple of new power supplies because they're cheap. Like 24 volt, 8 or 10 amp power bricks off of Amazon. I'll get that later. You guys remind me that I dropped that screw over there. And I think what it was just, either a power sag or a power surge at the show, because if you've ever been to Murph, they've got, just power boxes that drop down out of the ceiling. And with everybody that's there, I'm sure they had some power sags or stuff during the show that just cheap power supplies aren't going to handle very well. But I do need to print one. In fact, if I can get it to print well in ABS, I would love to print it in this sparkle fluorescent red from Sparta 3D. I think that would come out looking just badass. Okay, so we got two of them installed. The next one goes in with the cables pointing towards the front. So once again, towards the center. So we'll raise this up some so we can spin our motor on. And yes, folks, if you have followed me, go ahead and make sure that Twitch has done its due diligence and your notifications are turned on. They have a tendency, for whatever reason, to just get turned off. Because I've had several people that have gone live and I haven't noticed until I get like either a Twitter or some other notification from a different social media. And I jump on and realize that for whatever reason, notifications got turned off. So if you could, check your notifications. That way you're getting notified when I'm coming online. I am normally streaming Tuesday evenings and Saturday mornings. However, I may be adding another day soon. We may be looking at a Thursday stream or a Friday stream popping up, once again in the afternoon after work. Just something to be aware of, that I will be adding days, at least one day in the week in the near term. And remember, folks, we're using printed parts here, so don't crank on these too hard. I mean, you want them tight, but don't crank them too hard. If you start hearing your parts crack, you're going too hard, and you're not trying to torque these to 30 foot-pound like you're mounting it to metal. It's plastic parts. And now we're going to start putting our feet together. And so make sure that we've got you here. So we'll have our feet, and it's going to ask us to use M3x6 button head screws to mount our accent pieces. And I only have 2 feet done at the moment because I did not realize I had run out of the was running low on the spool that I was using. So it just felt like a good time to jump over and start printing with my accent color. And so I didn't realize that I didn't have all of my feet printed. So I've got the other feet printing right now. Open up a new spool and I've got those printing. So we may have to jump around a little bit here and there, but we'll keep going. So Fotis, how are you doing today? Do you have any new projects that you're working on? For those of you that are not aware, Fotis is an amazing, amazing artist. He has stuff out there on printables that are free that you can go and download and print. And I believe, I was going to say, are you on Cults or where's your paid stuff at these days, Fotis? The Bugaboo is a fun build. Okay, My Mini Factory. There we go. There we go. Patreon, My Mini Factory. Gotcha. Yep. And for whatever reason, I don't think I'm following you on Patreon. I will have to rectify that issue. Ooh, new release comes tomorrow. Gotcha. There are A and B parts, so make sure you use the right part on the right, or the right accent part on the right foot. What I just did was use the wrong one, so things weren't lining up. And you did. Sounds like he's got a new model coming out, Westry. Fire up that Mini and that Mark III and be ready to go. Once again, these are threading into plastic, so don't try and ug-a-dug them because you will strip them. 5 to 6 new releases coming in July. Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely give Fotis a follow. Check him out. He's just an amazing artist. Now, let me see. I'm not sure. Do you stream Fotis? Okay, so I've got two of them done, and there's two different feet. There's like an A and a B foot. And so we'll go ahead and get these started. You'll also notice that there's an M5 and an M3. So you have an M5 on one side and an M3 on another side. So that'll kind of tell you how these will fit. So based on how we're looking, you're going to have an M3 and then an M5. So that foot would go there. And then you're going to have the same thing on the opposite side where you'll have an M5 and then an M3. So this foot will go here. And then the other 2 feet that are printing will go over the other opposite corners. You're not stream friendly? Well, you know, there's several people that stream, but they never show their face. Like for me, I'm sure not everybody wants to see my face, but they, you know, they get tortured with it. 3 in the back, 5 on the side. And I'm just going to try and get these lined up. And I think this needs to get flipped the other way. And what screws are we going to use here? We're going to use the M5 by 10 and an M3 by 8. And we should have corresponding holes in the foot that will let us get to our M5 by 10 button head cap screw. And then our M3 by 8, we'll get to that one using, I believe we can get into it on the side. And if you need to, go ahead and grab a ball head driver. Just remember that when you're using a ball head driver, be careful. Don't try and torque down real hard, or you could strip the head of your bolt or your screw. That feels like it didn't line up right. Okay. We'll flip this around so it makes it a little bit easier for me. Be another M3 and an M5 T-nut. And M3 by 8 and an M5 by 10. Which build plates do I use on my Voron builds? Now, are you talking about the actual, like, printed build or the build surface, like textured or smooth, or are you talking about the actual Mike 6 bed? So interesting. Wow, I'm trying to think which one did I use. I got the build plate for the 2.4 I got through Tensor 3D. So it would be whoever their supplier was, and I can't remember right off the top of my head what that was. For this build, I got the Mike 6 plate through KB3D, and it is the Mandala Roseworks without their magnets. I'm gonna apply the magnetic sheet across the top, so I am not using their magnets. Once again, I can't do the other two at this point because I'm still printing them. So I can't install those just yet. We will go ahead and install the rubber feet though on the two that we can install. And where are we at on that other print? Let me check real fast. We're about 42%. We'll try and speed that up a little bit. We're going to use M5 by 16 and some M5 nuts. These are M5 by 16 button head cap screws. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're in that creative mood and you're trying to get things going, I can understand needing, it's highly personal when you're doing that. Now, but Fotis, you've been on a couple of streams though, um, like as a guest chatting with people, correct? Yeah, I think Fotis, whether you mean to or not, you are an influencer. Um, yeah, exactly. Like interviews, yes, but trying to do sculpting, unless you're teaching and like trying to teach theory or technique, um, it's hard design in public. You know, like I know there are people that you know, that will design parts like printer parts or mods and stuff like that. You know, that's one thing if you're doing um like a functional print, right? And showing off how you're doing things in a tool. But if you're trying to sculpt, actively sculpt like one of your dragons, I couldn't do that during a stream because I'd be so focused on the object or the art that I wouldn't be able to follow the stream. And it's like anything else at work. While you're trying to do something, if people ask you questions, it breaks your train of thought. And I could just, you know, well, one, just seeing how long builds take. Like, I could probably do these builds in half the time if I wasn't streaming. You strong arm him into talking to you on stream. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's one of those things is, you know, like even at work, if I'm trying to get into a problem or if I'm trying to code something or dig in and really research a cybersecurity issue, and then every 5 minutes somebody's pinging me about a question or something, it just drives me nuts. Like I've literally shut down my email and my I work for Cisco, so we have WebEx teams. I've literally shut those completely off, like not gone idle or whatever. I've shut them completely off to work on tasks because it's the only way I can focus on the task. Sorry. Well, to be quite honest, Fotis, I mean, have you watched Brit? I mean, she's kind of like me. We'll start doing something, and it's either I'm focusing on what I'm doing or I'm focusing on chat. But like when she's sitting there trying to like sew or something and talk, it's really one or the other. She really can't do both at the same time and focus on what she's doing. Um, and I mean that's nothing against Brit. I mean that's humanity. I mean, very few of us can really and truly do two things at the same time and do both of them well. Yeah, you get real quiet, you hold your breath because the last thing you want to do is like run a seam on the wrong part and then have to rip the stitches out on stream, right? Pro streamer, watch me unbuild everything I just spent the last hour building because I missed a step, you know? Thank you for the follow, Connie1653. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's funny because I do the same thing. It's like I get real quiet and I get intense working on something because I'm afraid of doing the wrong thing on stream. Oh yeah, yeah. Like if it was one of those things of no, you know, like no mic, no video of me. It's just I'm going to sculpt live, and you do not expect interaction. You're just going to watch me do it. I think I think that would be something, Fotis. But once again, it's like there would be so many people that are like, "Well, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? How are you doing this?" And it's like, no, I just sit there and watch. Hey, Darth Gollum, how are you? It was great to see you and meet you in person at Murph. Yeah, yeah, kind of like me. I'm trying to read this long post by somebody. I really need to get like a dedicated stream or a dedicated screen for my chat so I can make it big. Because, well, I may have mentioned on a couple of streams, I'm starting to develop cataracts. So I'm going to need to have eye surgery sometime within the next year. And especially in the mornings, I am like this, trying to look through my bifocals and get my eyes to focus on things until I've had like 3 cups of coffee. And then it's like, I'm trying to focus for a completely different reason at that point. Yeah, yeah. Yep. And I'll do that sometimes where it's like, okay, I'm sorry, I got to look at the instructions and make sure I'm doing this right. Um, and then there's other times where you're going along, and this build is somewhat close enough to a 2.4 build. It's kind of like, oh, I look and go, oh, that's an M3 screw. If anything, I need to take a quick glance to see what side, what length M3, but I can tell, okay, it's an M3 and M5. I can get that prepped and ready without having to look. Oh yeah, and my problem is I've done computer work. Like I was a computer operator and then a cybersecurity guy in the military. So for the last 30 plus years, I've been staring at computer screens, right? And so I get the coding and everything to deal with fluorescent lights because I'm always in the basement with no windows under fluorescent lights. And now I guess they were saying the cataracts is really from sun damage, from being outside and getting sun damage and stuff. And so I'm like, oh, well, that's great. But the good thing is when you get cataract surgery and they, because basically what they do is I believe they cut your cornea out and pull your cornea out and put a new cornea material in. That when they put it in with your latest prescription. So it's like you won't need glasses anymore unless you have like specific glasses for reading. And I was like, oh, well, that'll be cool. Yeah. Like I was like, I've been wearing glasses for 20 plus years. So it's like, I might have to just get like blank or, like just straight glass just to still wear glasses until I get used to not having to wear them anymore. Because that'll feel weird. Okay, so we're going to hold off on the other 2 legs. We did get our rubber feet installed. And it does say to mind your part orientation. So, and what it means by mind your part orientation is on your front face, remember we got our 2 motors here. On the front face, you want to have this curved edge. Same thing on your back face, you will have that curved edge. The solid edge, like you see here, is on the sides. Right, so the solid edge will go on the side. Okay. So it's just a quick orientation check to make sure that you got your feet on in the right corners. Okay, now we're going to start building up our x-axis. So oh, wow, Darth Alum. Okay, so she had knee replacement. I'm sort of familiar with that. My mother-in-law's had both knees replaced, and in a couple of weeks, Mrs. Dragon's going to head out to Colorado for about 6 to 8 weeks. because she needs to have both shoulders replaced. She's bone on bone in both shoulders. So they won't do them both at the same time, but they'll do one, and she won't be able to drive for 6 weeks. So Miss Dragon will go out and, help her get to her final doctor's appointments, be there for the surgery, and then help her until she's done. And then somewhere down the line, she'll have to go out there for the other one. But yeah, definitely speedy recovery for your wife there, Darth Gollum. Yeah. And thanks for being here, Fotis. Have a good day. I know there's a time zone difference there, so thank you for joining. So once again, we're going to put a couple of these parts off to the side, and we're going to get started on our X gantry. So let me and it talks about, just kind of just an overview. We'll have our left and right X and Y joints. We'll have our linear rail. We'll have the X carriage, which will be different for us because we're going to be doing the Chaotic Lab CNC Tap for our carriage. So these particular preparation steps we will not use because we're not going to use the standard printed carriage, and we're not going to be using the standard PLC or PN. We're not going to use a standard inductive sensor. We are also going to be using CAN bus, so we will not install the cable chains. So we won't need to get those ready. But this is the part where we will start. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take our printer for the time being, set it down on the ground. And we are going to grab our oops. We don't need the gantry frame yet. What we need is the other parts for the gantry, which we have here. So once again, we're not going to need the cable chain. And this is the mount for the X and Y end stops, which we will also not be using because we are going to relocate our mounts because we're going to be using CAN bus. Okay, Westery, have fun. If you're going out to handle the animals, then by all means, be careful. This is also going to be an in-stop mount. We will not use this one. I believe this is an in-stop mount. And I don't believe we're going to use this one, but I will set that one off to the side instead of throwing it in the bag. This piece is going to be the piece that covers up that slot in the A motor. And this is the one that I need to reprint. This portion printed fine because it prints like this, but this portion was all kinds of ugly. So I'm going to have to reprint that, and I am actually drying the filament before I go through and do that reprint. But we will be making a new version of this that's basically going to have a hole in it where our CAN bus cable is going to go down through it. So we'll set that off to the side as well. Okay, Darth Gollum. Like I said, take care of your wife, and I hope she heals fast. And thank you for popping on in here. Take it easy, and we'll see you again. Okay, so we're going to start with our parts, and what we're looking for is the part that has the little notch in it, and this is for a cable path, and that's where we're going to start with. So we're going to need an M5 by 40, and this is our socket head cap screw. And based on the picture, it looks like we're going to go into this front hole, which is fairly tight, like real tight, but rather, let me grab my reamers and we'll just ream that out to make it a nice 5 millimeter hole. And once again, if you just need a hole, you use a drill, because using a drill bit, it's going to wait. It'll be oversized, right? And if any of your holes are tight, get a good set of reamers. They have flat edges, like you'll see here, and these will give you a nice, precise hole. So in this case, we're using a 5 millimeter bolt. This is a 5 millimeter reamer. So I'm just going to go in here and just by hand, I'm going to clean that out. And I took very little plastic out, but my bolt should go in real easy now without a problem. Okay. And we're going to take this part out. We've got our bolt in it. We're going to flip it over and we're going to build a bearing stack. So we need a couple of shims. We're going to need a shim at the bottom. We're going to need our bearings, and these are our F695 bearings. And we want to make sure that we get the flange down against our shim. And then the next bearing half, the flange will go up, and we'll put another shim on. Okay. And then on our printed part, which once again, we need to look at the one that has the little cable notch in it. We're going to need to put 3 M5 nuts in it. And they should just press fit in. And these go down a little bit, so, take a tool of some sort and just make sure they're pushed all the way in and seated, like so. Okay. And then we're just going to line them up. So in this case, let me kind of get this here. This edge comes off to the side, and it looks like it's going to be line up on this hole right here. So it's the, I'll say like the bottom left M5 nut. Okay. Then we'll try and get our part lined up so it's nice and sandwiched together. We're going to flip it over and we're going to add 2 more of the M5 by 40. And what I'm going to do is tighten the one a little bit. I'm not going to really tighten it down. I just want to get it a little snug. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I have a feeling that I want to remount these other holes just a tad bit. Then these other ones will slide in just like that. And of course, I will go ahead and pop. Yep, those two go in without a problem. I'm just going to make sure that they're engaging the M5 screws. I don't want to tighten them all the way just yet. We will need our GT20 tooth idler. I believe I have up here. Hey, Max Payne 39, thank you for the follow, my friend. And we've got our 3 screws in, and we're going to need another one that's going to go in here. So we're going to put our tooth idler in, and we're going to need another M5 by 40 screw, socket head cap screw. Let's go right down through the middle of that. And then we're going to look and notice that we've got the tooth idler high and the smooth idler low. And you'll notice this is I'll take that back out. That is a through printed part. Like I can take the head of this bolt and put it pretty much completely in there. It's a little bit tight, but what you're doing here is you're just, you're using that bolt as basically an axle for your tooth bearing. So you're not trying to really crank it down there. You're just going to get your bolt, the head of that screw, flat with the printed surfaces, just like the others. And this can slide up and down as needed to align with the belt. Okay? So that's that setup right there. And that's where we're checking our work and making sure that our tooth idler is high, our other idler is low. And now we're going to work on the other one. So just to get started, we're going to take and just remount this top. And really what it is it's just like the first couple of layers, like, yeah, it's really weird. It's just like the first layer or two that needs to be reamed. The rest of the hole was already good. We're going to need an M5 by 40. I'll go ahead and grab 4 of them because I know I need 4. And I'm looking at how this goes in, and it looks like it goes in through the hole where the head is going to kind of be a press fit into. So we'll set that there. We'll need 2 of our shims, and we're going to go shim, flange bearing with the flange side down towards the shim. The other bearing goes up, and then we'll put the shim on that. And then we're going to put our 3 M5 nuts in the back here, and they're just going to press fit in, and then we'll push them the rest of the way in. Grab an object and push them the rest of the way in there and seat them down in there. Make sure that things line up. I'm just getting that screw started so that we can use that as an alignment peg for the others. We'll do 2 more. two at the back. That will go in. You want to make sure that these are catching the threads on the nuts and it's not pushing the nuts through. Whoops. And then for the other one, we're going to need another 22 idler. That's going to slide in, and our other M5 by 40 is going to go through it. And this one is mounting into plastic. So we're screwing into plastic. So once again, get it to where it tightens up, but don't over tighten it or you will strip out the threads. And we're going to check our work. The tooth idler is on the right and is low. The smooth idler is on the left and high. And that's the correct setup for that one. And I hope everybody's still doing good and hanging in there. We've been going for a few hours now. We're coming up on the, getting near the 4-hour mark, which means I'll have to plug into my battery packs here shortly. I did set an alarm today, so that's good. Okay, and we're looking at our remaining extrusions. And you'll see I've got 3 different size extrusions left. One short, and 2 longer. And it looks like this is going to be kind of that middle size here. I'll take the other 2 and put them aside still. And we'll do similar to what we did before, where we'll have to insert nuts in a certain way, because if we don't, they'll fall out. So we're probably going to do our 2 ends. We'll start with the top, and then we'll do the bottom ones to get our 2 ends mounted. Then we'll go ahead and mount our rail. Okay. So we're going to need our M5 nuts, and on each side they're going to be in the same direction with the holes facing towards the end of our extrusions. And so facing it, this would be on, I'll say on my left. We'll go with M5 by 10s. We'll grab a couple M5 by 10s. We'll slide this in the channel. If this is too tight, loosen up some of your screws, and that'll give you some more room to slide these in, which I will need to do. Could go all the way in. Use my tweezers to line up my holes. It does not feel like it grabbed. Still didn't grab. So this is the issue that I'm having, where because of the tolerances of the frame, yeah, the extrusions, that T-nuts rotating in the frame, and when it does that, it lining the threads up doesn't work. A different one, and see if a different one will work a little bit easier. Hey, I found the other M3 lock nut I was looking for. One side installed. Now we're going to do the other side. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to slide that in, line up our screws and screw them in. Hey, Sit Lately. Hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. For those that just came in, welcome in. My name, I'll actually, give me 1 second to do these, and then I will. We got the top part's done, then we'll flip it over and do the bottom. But first, for those of you that just joined in, thank you for coming on in. Thank you for the follows. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is the Dragon Den. Here on the Digital Dragon channel, we like all things 3D printing, whether that's printing, just figurines and busts, to printing functional parts, to things like our death racers, the Truggy. We've got a dragster that we're going to be building and taking to East Coast Rep Rat Festival at the end of September. To building 3D printers, which is what we're doing right here today. Today's build, we're working on a Voron Trident build. This is going to be the sister to Fey Dragon. Fey Dragon is a Voron 2.4 that was built from printed forward parts that I won at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. So the colors for that one were sort of set for me, which was Polymaker Purple ASA and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink, which was very well received at Midwest Rep Rap Fest. And we also built a 0G Mercury 1 full enclosure build right here called Death Dragon. And this was in Polymaker Galaxy Gray ABS and KVP Fluorescent Blue. For this build, we are doing a color combination of Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Red and Sparkle Old Copper ABS from Sparta 3D. So this is another build in the series. Excuse me. My plan as it stands today is to take the Voron 2.4 and the Voron Trident with me to Earth, along with a couple of rooks. Now I have a self-source rook printer that I showcased at Murph, and I have a rook Fabrico kit coming, and I also have a set of 2020 rails to modify that up to a Rook 2020. So what I'm thinking about doing is not updating my self-sourced rook, but getting the parts that I don't already have. So I will have a self-sourced rook, the Fabrico rook kit, and then a Rook 2020 build. And two of those three rooks will go with me to Earth. My rook did crash at Murph. The issue I had was the power supply, and I've got two new power supplies, but the right behind the IEC 13 inlet, power inlet, is a fuse. That fuse is hard soldered, so it's not a fuse holder, but it is a hard soldered fuse to the power supply board. That fuse blew out. So I did get some new power supplies. What we may do is crack the case and replace that fused or the direct soldered fuse with a fuse holder that we may be able to replace if need be. But I will have a spare power brick with me at Murph in case my rook, which is set up for a DC power brick, in case the fuse breaks again, we'll have the ability to get up and running again at Earth. The Fabrico rook kit and the Rook 2020 kit will use an actual IEC switch socket. So it'll take a standard, computer or printer power plug. So yeah, that was the issue. That was the only issue. And I think it was just a factor of, dirty power or power sags and surges at the show with so many people running printers and other things off the power. It's the only thing that we can come up with. So yeah. So thank you for those that are relatively new to the channel. Like I said, Max Payne, Sitlali, 2323. Thank you for the follow. If you can, please verify that Twitch did actually turn on notifications for you, so you get notified when I stream. My current streaming schedule is Tuesday evenings at 5 p.m. and Saturdays starting at 10. Saturdays tend to go longer than I do on Tuesday nights, but I may also be adding either a Thursday or Friday night stream to the schedule as well. Partly because we just have so many things going on and so many different builds and stuff. Yes, Eastern time zone. Thank you, John Strand. We are in the Eastern time zone here. So yes. Now, one thing that you want to be cognizant and aware of here is this particular print. You'll see we've got the channel, and that's to allow a cable to go down through there. You need to make sure that you've got that little bit of a lip there and that you get daylight all the way through that channel so that your wires can get through there. Okay, and that's where you may also want to make sure that you file down the edges to make sure that you've got no points where you can abrade a cable right there. So, oh, it's Papa Bear AZ's birthday. Well, happy birthday, Papa Bear AZ. Howdy, howdy. Thank you for coming on in. It's also K2 Kevin's birthday, for those of you that are aware of that. So, excuse me, to continue on with the build, we're going to flip back, we're going to flip our rail back over, and we're going to install an M5 by 30 button head cap screw along with a shim. So we'll grab 2 shims, and we'll need 2 M5 by 30 button head cap screws. So, yep, we'll get our shim in there. We'll get our bolt lined up. But before we do much further past that, we actually need to put our T-nuts in here. Let me go ahead and switch my camera back so you see what I'm actually doing. There we go. So we did the operation on the left, which is installed the screws at the top, the M5 by 10s. And now we're going to install our M5 by 30s at the bottom. So we need to work our nut over in line. Get our bolt down through there. And tighten that up. One more on this side. Push our T-nut in there. So we get it lined up. And 5 by 30 with the shim. You'll just snug that up. And those two are done. Now, you will notice that in the picture, it does show our linear rail is being installed. We didn't install that yet. So we will jump back here just a couple, and we're going to use, looks like 6 M3 T-nuts, 3 going in each direction. And once again, we may need to adjust that number based on the fact that the manual is accounting for a 250 build and we're doing a 300 build. We'll go ahead and use our linear rail. Set that in place there just on the edge, and we'll use this to line up our T-nuts. We're going to go into every other one. We'll get them fairly well lined up, and then we'll just drop the over, the rail over, I should say. And then all I'm going to do first is just get my M8 or M3x8 screws started. I'm not going to tighten them down. I'm just going to get them started. And then we'll come through and we'll put on our alignment tools and go from there. Because right now it's just going to be easier to have a little bit of wiggle room to get all the T-nuts lined up and the threads started. And take a quick break. Alexa, stop. I'm just going to take a quick second here to plug in my external battery. That way we don't lose our audio. There we go. Yeah, I'm learning. So how are you doing today, John Strand and Papa Bear AZ? Hope you guys are doing well. And John, how was your trip back home from Murph? Hopefully uneventful. We got these lined up. We're going to grab our M12 2020 alignment tools. These are not the M12. M12 2020 alignment tools. We'll get this aligned. Yeah, how long was your drive? Because me and Evil Diesel, I want to say it was like 12-ish hours. Maybe a little bit more. We didn't hit any real big weather. We had a little bit of drops here and there. Made it all the way home, got Evil Diesel dropped off, got back to the house and got everything out of the truck. And then about an hour or so later, it just opened up like who laid the rail. So oof, 24 hours each way. That one's rough. That one's rough. Yep. Been rail installation guides, and our rail is pretty much lined up. So we're just going to go ahead and start at the center. And once again, we're going to go through and we're going to snug these up. We're not going to like try and torque them. We're just snugging them up and working our way from the center out. Okay. Then we're going to come back and actually throw some torque down on these. Heat seats are not very comfortable. Really? Depends on which Jeep they are. Like if it was a Grand Cherokee, it'd probably be a little more comfortable, but I'm assuming that you were in like a Wrangler type of Jeep. And yeah, those aren't too comfortable. All right, so now we've got our rail installed. And we've got our side rails installed, top and bottom. Top and bottom. And I just want to make sure that we've got, these would be the sides that mount to the trucks. Here's our top. This would be our front. We'll go ahead and remove our little rubber stops. Short wheelbase Wrangler. Yeah, and those bounce a lot too. They can be a little bit of a ride. Does great things on kidneys, I hear. And it shows you installing them from underneath. And in case you haven't learned yet, I like using gravity in my favor. So we're actually going to install them with the printer flipped upside down. We just got to double check and make sure that we're oriented in the right way when we do so. That off the side for a second. We'll bring our printer back up here. And for those of you that are following along at home, 2 lead screws are in the front. Center lead screw is in the back. So that makes this the front that we're looking at, which means our rail needs to be facing in that direction. So our LDO rail is facing in that direction. And wow, I put that LDO rail on there in the right orientation so it's not upside down. That's cool. And we're just going to set this on top of our Y rails. And we're going to use M3 by 16 socket head cap screws. And you'll notice that on one side, it says that there's 2 that you don't install. And that is because you will be installing the in-stop on that side. And it'll be the side that I'm actually working on right now. So we'll do the front ones and not the back ones. Yes, this is the 3-point bed leveling. So this will be similar to the 0G Mercury build that was on display at the KB3D booth. And the fact that it'll have the kinematic bed mount. So I'm going with tap on this, John Strand. So on Sunday at Murph, the Big Tree Tech guys brought me over the latest rev of the Chaotic Lab CNC Tap. So we'll be installing the Chaotic Lab CNC Tap on this build, where on the 2.4 we did the printed tap. So we'll be going Chaotic Lab CNC Tap, which means we'll be moving. Well, it doesn't mean, but then I'm also going to be doing the Big Tree Tech EBB SB2209 CAN bus toolhead board, which means we will relocate the X and Y end stops and implement an umbilical. So we won't be using cable chains on the X and Y rails on this. There'll only be one cable chain along the back here. Yeah, I'll pull it out here in a second because we'll be installing it on the rail soon, I believe. I might have to do some looking because I was trying to pull down the tap manual, and the tap manual on the Chaotic Labs GitHub is borked. It's corrupted, so they need to upload a new version. I just don't know if they've done it yet. Okay, so what we've got is we're going to have to do some trickiness. So the left-hand side would have 4 screws, and the right-hand side would have the 2 front screws. But because we're flip-flopped, when I flip it over, my right hand's going to have 4, my left's going to have the 2 front screws. And that's because the back would normally have a thing for the end stop, which we won't use. But this is another good place where you can bring it all the way to the front, and you want to make sure that they're both hitting. If they're both not hitting, then that means your gantry is already racked, and you want to make sure that it moves very smoothly on both sides. If it's not running smoothly, leave one side tightened, undo all the screws on the other side. Run your rail front and back several times. Then start in the middle, snug it, run it back. Then come up to your next screw hole, snug it. Not tighten, snug. And keep doing this for all the screw positions. And that will align this rail to this rail. Now you go back in and you torque them down, continuing to move it front to back as you're torquing it down to make sure that that rail doesn't kick any when you torque it down. And that's how you would make sure that your Y rails are parallel to each other. Now, I think we're doing really good right here. So I'm actually fat, dumb, and happy with the way that's moving. It is, I want to say they say it's like almost 60 grams lighter than the printed design. Okay, and at the top, it will tell you to install the cable chain, and we are not installing that. And now it talks about squaring the gantry, which is what I just said, is if it goes all the way back and they're touching on both sides, there's no play back or forth, you're good. I've got a little bit of play on that side. If I come forward, I'm all the way forward on here. I should have a little bit of play. No, no play there. I wonder if it's this other printed piece, which I'm going to take off anyhow because it's for the end stop that I'm not going to use. And yeah, that's what's happening is back here it's hitting this end stop piece. So I'm going to take these out and replace them. So it's an M3 screw and an M5 screw. And what I'm going to do is just go to the next size smaller for both of these. Sorry about that. Oh. And once again, I'm doing this because this is a stop for the X end stop that would be mounted down here. And so I'm not going to need that because I'm relocating, the Y end stop. I'm going to be relocating the Y end stop to the top, so I won't need that to be in place. It does not come with a M3 by 10, which is, I believe, the one I need to use right here. So I just grabbed one out of my stock. Now, if I go all the way back, ever so slight bit of play, but there's none in the front. That is weird. This might be where I go in and I swap sides, or not swap sides, but where I loosen some things up. Actually, that has the cable. Flip this over, which is going to be fun since I'm only running. I'll make it interesting. All I'm doing is I'm going to loosen these ever so slightly. Yep, there we go. So all I need to do is loosen the bolts on the one side and pull it tight. And what that did was it allowed the extrusion to move in the slot some. That will give me, yeah, everything lining up now. The other thing that I probably want to do right now is install this piece. And you'll see it actually has a front and back, so that tells you what orientation to put it in. This is going to be the piece that runs into the Y end stop that'll be in the back here. Okay, that's because I'm moving the XY gantry. So what I'm going to do is remove one of these bolts. Drop it, of course. And that's going to have to go to a 16, at least a 16. Yeah, I figured we might as well just go ahead and put that in place while we're at it. Let me just flip this back over so it's sitting straight and I'm not trying to tweak the frame. You said versus the West 3D Rook kit. So I will be building a Fabrico Rook kit and then a 2020 Rook based off other parts that Fabrico is sending me. The next up would be belts. Where are we at here? We're only 60% printed on the other legs. Okay, folks, I am going to put you guys on the Be Right Back screen real fast. What I'm going to do, the legs are still printing, and I'm going to need to get legs on here to flip this over. Yeah, so I'm going to need to get the other two legs on here to be able to flip this over so we can work on belting. I've got Trident legs printed on another frame downstairs. I'm going to put you guys on the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to go pull those other two legs from that other printer. It was the old D-Bot frame that I scavenged for the 0G build. Let me go grab those couple of parts so that I can get those on here while the other real parts are printing. And that way we can flip this over and we have a steady base that we can do the belting on. Okay, so I'm going to put you on the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to mute for a second. I'm going to run downstairs and grab those parts off that other frame so that we can keep going. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I think we're back. Thank you all for bearing with me. So these were some legs that I printed out. I believe they were in PET G. Not even sure what the black is, but I printed these out previously, and we should be able to use these for the other two because I drilled extra holes on them to be able to mount them. I should be able to ensure I know which ones to pull back out afterwards. Because my other ones are done printing. Hope I didn't lose too many of you there with that short break. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure that I had the right had everything in the right place. We go about doing this to make belting a lot easier. Those two things, these two, these are 5x16s. The wrong one there. Oh well. We will fix it. I'm going to say it depends on what it is you want to do, John. Are you is your plan to print hot materials like ABS, because if so, then you want something that's enclosed like the V0. If your plan is to just print primarily PLA, then the Rook is a fine printer for printing PLA. But it all depends on what your use case is. If you're planning on doing a lot of higher temp materials, then yeah, V0, and I really like my V0 because it heats up fast. It really does. It heats up real fast, which is nice because with a 2.4 or a Trident, you've got a lot more volume that you're trying to heat up to get that good chamber temp to get a really nice print out of it. Where with the V0, you don't have to wait as long. Well, yeah, but your ASA, you're still going to need, um, you know, a heated chamber to a degree. I mean, we're not talking like, um, like super hot, like you're trying to do straight pet or um, nylons, polycarbonate, stuff like that. But you need it to be able to hold a good temp and be out of the airflow, which you're not going to get with a Rook unless you do one of the, I guess there is a variant, I'm not sure where it's at in the development, that there's going to be an enclosed Rook. You can print ASA open air. However, you will get a better, more consistent result if it's in a heated chamber. Yeah, if you've got like the Creality tent, or I have the one that I really like is the Wham Bam hot box is what I use, and I really like that one because it's got the reflective coating on the inner side and it's a little insulated. You get a lot steadier chamber temps than you do, I think, with the Creality tent. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so we've got our feetsy on. We've got a good balance or a good stable surface now. And we get into belting. Yeah, and you know, it's kind of like everything else, John Strand. Different formulas work differently and work better in different environments. The biggest thing for the ASA, you can do it open air to an extent if you're not doing large pieces. If you're trying to do a tall piece like this, you're going to have an issue if you're printing it vertically like this. Even if you're printing it down like this, you're going to have an issue, especially if your AC kicks on, you get a draft. It's going to start cooling the edges before it cools the inner side, the inner parts, and you'll have a lot of warping in the corners. So that is something that you need to be aware of. So it's really getting the draft or keeping the drafts away. And standard belting. So let's go ahead and close that up. Keep those there for the time being. Belt material. Okay. So belts can be a little bit of a pain in the butt. It does show us the routing of the belts. And the biggest thing I need to do is just wrap my head around which way the belts are going. Okay. I'm just trying to understand which way the belts are going so I know which way to route the belt. And so this way, the so teeth are facing you, right? Yes. Teeth are facing you. So we're going to come around this side and around belt this way. So coming in from on the top left side, we're going to come through, or we're going to start coming this way. A weird angle. And we need to go around the smooth idler. So teeth facing us around the smooth idler. Belt goes out the back. And along the back, we're at the top idlers going around the back. So we're doing the top belt coming in from the left as you're facing the printer. We're doing the top belt first, which means you're going in at the left with the teeth facing you around the top idler, going towards the back left motor at the top, once again through the top idler. You come around the back side here and you have an idler, and then you go in and around your first motor pulley. And then you have to go back through your motor pulley and around your other idler. And that's where it gets interesting. As you're feeding your belts around, you want to try and keep everything lined up as you're doing so. You come down along the side of the right one and you keep coming forward because it goes all the way down and around the front idler. And I know I'm not showing this very well because it's kind of a pain in the butt with the camera angles that I have to get this done well. I do apologize for that in advance. Now what I normally do is I will route one, I will cut my lengths, and then I will pull it out and route the next one using the same lengths. You know, actually, I will pull it out. I will match up teeth to teeth, so I have two equidistant belts, and then I will come back in and route it. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that this time. I think I may just run the next belt and match it up literally like in the frame to make sure that I've got the same overlap. I think that might literally be easier for me this time around. Thanks for the lurk, John. Hmm. Getting around this front handler is the thing that's kind of the biggest pain on this. One goes well, and then the other one is kind of a pain in the tuchus to get around. And it, I think going around the other way will be easier. In this case, we're going to go around the we're going to start at the bottom right and work our way back to the bottom left. In essence, we're going to start by running our belt through around the back side of the belt goes on the smooth side of a pulley. It seems to be the easier way to route the belts through.
The biggest pain in the butt that I get here is the belts that get into the center channel, and none of your belts should be in the center channel. They should be running along the flat edges of the of your extrusions. So if they're in your center channel, that's not where they're supposed to be. I apologize, folks, for kind of being a little quiet there as I was trying to run those belts. It is a little bit frustrating to try and get those belts going, so apologize about that. And I know that the camera angle is probably not the best for that, but I really don't have a good camera angle to try and show routing belts too well. The good news is it looks like my belts are routed appropriately. I do need to flip it around and check the backs out. Make sure they're in their idlers and the grooves. Whoops, like that one fell out of its idler groove. Okay, so we got the belts basic routing. Now it shows us is putting the belts in and getting them tightened down. This is where we're going to need our CNC tap. And I'm going to have to just take a gander at this. 025. There's two in. I need to get the other two in. The nice thing is I don't believe I need to disassemble this at all to get it installed. And it comes with all the screws that you need. Using some very short M3 screws. It's a matter of getting them lined up and then lifting the tap part up to be able to get a straight shot at it. To install the screws. You know, they probably want us to put some Loctite on these. At least on one or two of them. They can't back out. And folks, I think what I'm going to do is get the belts run, and then we will call the stream there for the day. So on this, we change the camera view. We've got our belts initially run. We've got the shiny brackets on each side are the belt clamps. And we'll have to take this back off. I think these belts get actually looped around. So we'll pop this back off. And once again, I'm having to do this without a manual because the manual was borked. So I can't download the manual at this point in time. What's happening is the top two screws are getting pulled over by the magnet. And then you've got these two cutouts right here for the bottom two screws. You got these two access holes for the bottom two screws, so it's just a matter of lining it up and undoing the two bolts. These are kind of captive bolts, so they're not going to be able to come all the way out. And yes, we need to route these around the back. On each side, which means we need to take the other belt clamp off. Working on getting the bottom 2 bolts started. And then kind of get my belt slack taken up some. Get our other 2 bolts started. I'm not going to screw them all the way down, because if I do, then I won't be able to pull the belts tight. And then what I want to try and do is get my left side belts lined up. Hold them over and get the belt clamps started. If they're the same length on one side, then it gives me a good starting place to tighten the other side up. Hey, Creatix Brit. Yeah, a little bit. So I needed to grab a foot, or actually 2 feet, from a different printer build, because I'm still waiting on 2 of my feet to get printed off. So we did go and grab those. And now what we're doing is we're just getting our belts routed and starting, or at least started to route. So I'm just making sure that everything is lined up and, I'll say, quote unquote, in the groove. So everything's lined up appropriately in their pulleys. They're going around their pulleys. And I'm getting appropriate movement when I move things. And just moving it back and forth a little bit, holding it by hand. Everything just gets a little bit of movement right now, just to seat these belts in. Then I need to put our other belt tensioner on. Sorry, I'm going to get my head in the way here. I'm trying to grab these at the same spot when I try and pull these tighter. Of course, this won't be the final tightening. We'll tension the belts and tighten them down later. Just trying to get the initial tightening done. Okay, there we go. Once again, I'm just making sure that my belts are tracking right. They're riding in the pulleys. They're riding in the tooth pulleys at the front. I also need to try and look in the corners here and make sure they're riding appropriately in the front pulleys. Sorry, I need to turn this to validate that it's sitting right in these. Then I also need to fully tighten down my tap carriage. We had to leave that loose so that we could pull our belts around the back. Awesome, Britt. That's actually really good. It's a nice day out. Go enjoy it. So, what we've got now, and I'll go take you guys for a little journey here. We'll pop you off the stand here. So, we've got our new Chaotic Lab CNC Tap. So once again, on the last one, this was all printed parts. So this is much thinner. This is a much thinner assembly, right? And the tap works. You've got your, this is a standard in-stop switch. It's an optical isolated in-stop switch. And there is a magnet back there that pulls it back down on top of the MGN7 rail that's behind this plate. And so that's how this works, right? And so we've got a really thin carriage. We've got our belt initially tightened. We made sure that all of our belts are going in the right spot. And I think that's where we're going to stop for now. And we will continue the build. What is today? Saturday. On Tuesday, we'll continue the build. I'm just trying to look at what I got left in this little box here for the tap, and I think it's all stuff that'll go in once I start installing the actual tool head. And let me look at the manual again and see where we're at. Made sure everything's routing in the right place. Initial belt tension. We'll worry about clipping these off here in a little bit, and we just want to make sure that we're good and tight first. We don't do a sensor there. Okay, next up would be the bed. So with that said, let me just kind of do a recap. So we got our Y-axis rails installed. We built we got the Y-axis rails installed. We got our Z rails installed along with our motor mounts. We got our motors installed and the bed support brackets are in place. So all that's installed. So we've got a good Z-axis now. We installed our X gantry and we did our belts. So now we've got movement, we've got belted movement, and things are working. Everything's tracking right. Nothing's jumping an idler or anything. So we're good there. What I will do off stream is I did borrow 2 legs from a different printer. So the red here is PET G. The black, I'm not even sure if that's PET G or it kind of looks matte, so it's probably PLA. So what I'll do is once the other legs finish, I will go ahead and swap those out off stream because it's like a no big deal thing. And when we come back on Tuesday, we will start assembling the bed frame, and get the bed mounted. Thank you, Britt. Yeah, I think we made some good progress here. Yeah, I think we made some pretty good progress here. The gantry is also squared up. I need to reprint a cover part that'll go over here. That'll cover this hole. And that's where our umbilical connection is going to come down through, is over here. Or I guess I can bring my umbilical out the back just like I did the Voron 2.4. We might do that. We might just do that. I'm like having a brain fart right here. I do need to still print out my stealth burner parts. And the reason I haven't printed them out yet is I need to decide, make a final determination of what hot end I'm going to use, as well as I think I'm going to get a Nomi, which is the little, it's the round screen that goes in front of the part cooling fan, and that requires a different shroud. So what I'll do is I'll print the regular shroud, and then I'll print the one for Nomi as well. And we'll keep making progress on the build. Cool. So with that said, we're at a stopping point for the day. I need to go get some lunch. It's 3:30 here. So thank you all for joining in. I will be on stream again Tuesday night, and I am currently planning on streaming on Thursday and possibly getting Evil Diesel over here for that stream. So let me go ahead and see who may be online that we can raid over into. You know what? Done. Ugly Moo raided into me Tuesday night, and it was amazing. I was about ready to get off stream, and he raided in with like 128 people, which was phenomenal and got me some good exposure. And I just took a look, and Ugly Moo is raiding right now. Oh, thank you, Britt.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go and raid into Ugly Moo and just give back, raid back into him and give back for bringing people to me. I'm going to bring all of you all to him as well. And that's what we do to help build the community and grow each other's communities. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I'm going to go ahead and get that raid started over to Ugly Moo. And please go with me on the raid, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you all on Tuesday night. Take care, have a good weekend, and enjoy the long weekend. Bye-bye now.